Okay, everybody, welcome to part one of this discussion on pedophilia in the Bible. Uh, you know, as we look back at the history of humanity, probably two of the worst crimes that have ever been committed against humanity have been slavery and pedophilia. And yet, when we look at the Bible, which is supposed to be the ultimate guide of morality, it never once says anything against pedophilia or slavery. Au contraire, it actually endorses both, as we will see. This current discussion, of course, is going to be dealing specifically with pedophilia. It's going to take several videos to cover this. And then later we'll get into slavery. But we're going to see that the Bible actually endorses both of these heinous crimes. It doesn't condemn them. There are some passages that Bible fans try to quote to give the impression that the Bible condemns pedophilia and slavery, but upon close inspection, that is not the case at all. But even if there were a small scattering of passages that condemn these practices, what good would that be, really, when we see the Bible condoning these things many, many more times than what it seems to be condemning it? It wouldn't matter, would it? Just like when the Bible condemns killing, right? Thou shalt not kill. And yet, almost every page of this cursed collection of nonsense is plastered with accounts of mass murder. Mass murder that was sanctioned by, commanded by, and approved of the great Yahweh himself. So, again, out the window completely goes this fantasy notion of the Bible being a guidebook for morality. It could only be used as such if you had the morality of a psychopathic, mass-murdering, rapist monster. I just took a look at my itinerary list, and it turns out I am going to be talking about slavery, but not right away after I finish this topic on pedophilia. I'm actually going to be talking about rape in the Bible and bestiality in the Bible. Rape is also endorsed in the Bible. If you have any doubt about that, oh, stay tuned. But anyway, so, the slavery discussion won't be for a while yet down the line, but let's look at pedophilia, shall we? It is so disgusting when we look at what the Bible actually says and doesn't say about pedophilia. Yahweh, as it turns out, was all for the physical abuse of children. So before we actually get into the specifics of pedophilia, we need to first understand the mentality of this psychopathic deity and how this thing, again and again, sanctions, approves of, and even commands the killing of little children or the abuse of little children. So if he was for the killing and the general abuse of children, well, pedophilia is just a hop, skip, and a jump away, right? As a matter of fact, if you have that much disregard for children that you approve of them to be slaughtered en masse, and we've already covered that quite a bit on this channel, then how is pedophilia any different, right? It's a given that if you sanction child murder, you would have no qualms whatsoever with pedophilia. But anyway, we find this ugly reality of Yahweh endorsing child abuse plastered all over the Old Testament. For example, Proverbs 13 verse 24 says, "He that spareth the rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chastens him betimes." In other words, many times. Beats him repeatedly. That's what that means, literally. So this is clearly teaching, and by the way, a lot of Bible dupes think that, beating their kids is okay, that they're actually required to do it according to the great word of God. I'm not talking spanking. Even that is frowned upon nowadays. I'm talking about beating. And that's what this is talking about. He that spares not the rod. Beating your kid with a rod. That's what this is advocating. It says that you are obliged to do it. It doesn't just say that it's acceptable. That would be bad enough. No, this is clearly stating that you are obliged to do it if you love your son. If you don't beat your son, then you don't love him. That's the message here. So not only does Yahweh approve of it, he actually wants this to happen. And this will evidence whether you love your child or not. If you love him, you'll beat him. If you don't beat him, you don't love him. Period. That's the message. Read it again for yourself, Proverbs 13:24. Here's another one, Proverbs 19:18. Chasten thy son while there is hope, and let not thy soul spare for his crying. Imagine that. It doesn't matter how much he cries. Don't stop. Keep doing it. Keep beating him. No matter how much he cries and begs for mercy, keep beating him. This is not discipline, my friends. Not in the least bit. No way could you possibly interpret this as discipline. This is advocating beating mercilessly, regardless how much your kid cries and begs for mercy. And it specifically mentions the use of the rod to do this in chapter 13, verse 24 of Proverbs. Beat him with the rod if you truly love him. Unbelievable. Beat him senseless, apparently. Regardless the crying. Show no mercy. Here's another one. Proverbs 22, verse 15 says, foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him. The rod of correction. So, if you don't have one, show up at the next policeman's rummage sale or whatever, and I'm sure you can find a good billy club, and there you go. Beat your son senseless, even though he cries. Don't show mercy, don't stop, because foolishness is bound up in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him. Beat him senseless. That's literally what this is saying. So should it surprise us that Yahweh advocates child sexual abuse when he's all for physical abuse, right? He's all for murdering kids. Don't forget how many times he told Moses, Joshua, David, on and on, kill everything that breathes, show mercy to none. Kill them all, including young suckling infants, cattle, sheep, and goats. It specifically says young suckling infants. And don't forget, when we talked about a couple of videos back about Yahweh commanding that pregnant women have their wombs ripped up. Remember that? When we talked about cannibalism and whatnot? Or abortion, I should say. Well, cannibalism too. You shall eat the flesh of your sons and your daughters, blah, 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 blah. But when we talk, specifically about abortion, Yahweh commanded that pregnant women's wombs be ripped up. So should we be surprised to see the Bible endorsing pedophilia? We're going to get into that more specifically. But already, can you not see how Yahweh had no regard for children at all? These passages are clearly teaching to show no mercy to your kid, to beat him with a rod. And even though he cries, keep it up. Beat the foolishness out of him. Here's another passage like this, Proverbs 22:15. Oh, actually, I read this one. Sorry. On to the next one. Proverbs 29:15. Yeah, we just read 22:15. Proverbs 29:15. The rod and reproof gives wisdom, but a child left to himself bringeth his mother to shame. So in order for a child not to bring his mother to shame and to instill wisdom, you must beat the child with the rod. The rod and reproof gives wisdom. How does beating a child give wisdom? According to the Bible, you'll make the child wise because the next time he considers acting up, he'll refrain from acting up because he doesn't want to get the living daylights beat out of him again. That's how a loving father is supposed to act, isn't it? According to Yahweh, yes, it is. Can you imagine how much horrific abuse kids in ages past, and even still up till today, can you imagine the horror, the trauma that kids have been subjected to because of this crap in this detestable, abominable, evil book called the Bible? Look once again how the Bible clearly teaches that children are naturally foolish. And so you got to beat the foolishness out of them by pulling the rod out and beating the daylights out of them. Look how degrading the Bible is, right? David said of his mother that she conceived me in sin. So he was a sinner before he even left the womb, and thus worthy of punishment for that, right? You haven't even done anything yet, and yet, according to the Bible, you're already a filthy rag when you come out of the womb. You're already worthy of scorn and punishment. You're an evil sinner when you haven't even done anything. You know what, folks? You couldn't possibly fathom a more detestable philosophy than that. A more detestable outlook of the human condition than to say garbage like that. Are we imperfect? Yes, we are. Do we make mistakes? Yeah, absolutely. But does that mean that we are thoroughly evil and worthy of punishment right from the womb? No, no, no. Even satanic literature doesn't teach that. The Bible surpasses satanic literature. You won't even find anything like that in the satanic Bible. And yet this so-called Holy Bible has nonsense like that, filth like that, degrading, dehumanizing crap like that. The message here is, once again, beat your child hard and often. Do not worry about hurting them. Oh, you may break a few bones here and there, but that's no big deal. It's not going to kill him. It's all for a good cause of instilling him with fear, so he'll think twice about acting up next time, and that constitutes wisdom. Unbelievable, man. Beat them. It's for their own good. This is totally sanctioning child abuse. There's no way around this. Again, this has nothing to do with discipline. This is abuse. This is horrific, right? And yet the Bible is sanctioning this. Yahweh is sanctioning this. This is his holy word. Proverbs 23, verses 13 and 14 says, withhold not correction from the child, for if thou beatest him with the rod, notice, beat him with the rod. If thou beatest him with the rod, he shall not die. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Does this not make you want to puke right on your computer screen right now? Again, if not, there's something seriously wrong with you. If you're a Bible dupe, you probably don't have a problem with that. You're so brainwashed, you can't admit that that is sick. Even though if you read it from another source, you'd be able to see that it's sick. But because it comes from your so-called holy book and your holy God, you're afraid to even say that because that would be blasphemy. You see how brainwashed you are? How mind-controlled you are? that you would justify this? You would explain this away like it's no big deal, when verses like this have surely been responsible for many kids being traumatized, probably brain damaged, even killed over the centuries because of verses like this. This teaches parents to let loose.
If you had a bad day at work and you come home and your kid's acting up, beat the living daylights out of him.
It says, he will not die.
Well, this promises he's not going to die, so I'll just hit him a few more times to make sure my message gets across. Oops, he died. Oh, what happened? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I was following God's orders, so I'm not guilty of murder. They can lock me up all they want, but I know I'm still going to heaven. I'm not going to be accountable for beating my son to death because I did it for the right reason.
If you find that philosophy acceptable, I've said it before, I'll say it again, stay the hell as far away from me as you can possibly get, okay? You're dangerous to your own self, let alone me and the rest of society. This book is not a moral guidebook, okay? It's an immoral guidebook. Oh, absolutely, yes, yes, yes. It will teach you all kinds of disgusting, filthy, immoral standards to follow in life. Yep. Yeah, which is why, as I've said before, I have seen so many kids turn out really bad who were raised in very strict Christian homes. They turned out really bad. And I've seen parents shocked with their jaws dropped to the floor. You know,
how did this happen? Why is my daughter pregnant at 18 and my son's doing drugs on the streets, you know?
It's because of the outrageous abuse sanctioned by this book. Your kids couldn't wait till they turned 18 so they could go off the deep end and rebel against everything you crammed down their throats because you didn't do it. You didn't raise them the right way. You didn't do what you did with love. And you restricted them to the point where you drove them to want to go crazy. And you did it because you followed this book of toxic garbage. This passage goes on to say, you shall beat him with the rod and shall deliver his soul from hell. So there you go, guys. Look at that.
Oh, shucks. I guess I beat him a little too badly. He's got permanent brain damage. Oh, no, look. Oh, I think he's dead. I don't feel a pulse anymore. Well, at least I saved his soul from hell.
Wow. 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 Remember the passage I read from Paul? I think it was the last video, where Paul says essentially the same thing. There was a man caught in committing incest, and Paul says, turn him over to Satan for the destruction of the flesh, and you will save his soul. Paul is saying the same thing there. Kill him! Just like the law of Moses calls for. Kill this guy for committing incest, even though most of the great men of faith in the Old Testament committed incest constantly. That's no big deal. We now forbid it in the New Testament. So, but even the Old Testament forbade it, right? Under certain circumstances, anyway. You could sleep with your cousin and that was okay, but not your mother or your brother or your sister. But yet Abraham did it, and Isaac and Jacob, and on and on and on. Somehow that was okay. You got to love that biblical hypocrisy. But nevertheless, Paul, following the law of Moses, was in agreement that this man caught committing incest should be put to death. And Paul said in doing that, you're going to save his soul. Like human sacrifice, right? By shedding his blood, you're going to atone for his sin, and he'll be able to still be saved. Holy crap. Well, that's what we got here. Thou shalt beat him with the rod and shalt deliver his soul from hell. So if he lives, you will have instilled enough fear that he won't act up again. He'll second guess acting up again out of fear because he knows he's going to get his butt whipped if he steps out of line. He won't feel loved, but at least out of fear, he might behave himself the next time. Or if you wind up beating him too hard and whoops, oh, I guess I killed him. Well, it doesn't matter. You're still going to save his soul. We just read where the Bible says if you love your kid, you're going to beat him. If you don't beat him, you don't love him, right? The inverse of that is also true. If beating him means you love him, then not beating him means you don't love him. You see the warped reasoning that the Bible advocates here? and why this has caused so many parents over the centuries, over the millennia, to beat the living crap out of their kids? With a rod. A firm, I mean, we're talking, like baseball bat material here. Beat your kid oft times, it says, with a rod, and do not cease from doing so because of their crying. So do you see how already, just based on what we've read up to this point, we don't even have to look specifically at passages that talk about pedophilia. Oh, we will get to that, don't worry. But we don't even need to technically, do we? Because since the Bible advocates physical abuse of children, what the hell difference does it make if you're sexually abusing them, if you've already beaten the living crap out of them, right? I mean, what's the difference? They're already marred and scarred for life from the physical abuse. You might as well throw the sexual abuse in there. Well, again, as it turns out, the Bible does endorse that too, as we will see. No surprise, right? And again, no surprise when you realize Yahweh didn't care about little children. He commanded them to be killed en masse, slaughter them, kill everything that breathes, including young suckling infants, rip up the wombs of the pregnant women. Oh yeah, Yahweh cared about the unborn. He didn't care about the born either, never mind the unborn. He called for the slaughter of all of them across the board. If they so much as looked at him funny or said something or did something he didn't like, kill them, stone them, beat them to death, rip up the wombs of the pregnant women, blah, 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 blah. Blood here, blood there, blood everywhere. And yet, in spite of all of that, Mr. Yahweh is an all-loving, compassionate, and merciful deity, isn't he? You don't even know what those words mean, Bible dupes. You have no clue. You don't know what love is. Oh, stick around. Stick around, because I'm going to do a video coming up on Mr. Yahweh's claim to be loving. Really now? We're actually going to go through 1 Corinthians 13, the love chapter, which is actually a pretty good chapter. I like the definition that Paul gives there of love. I think it's pretty good. Unfortunately, though, for you Bible dupes, your great Yahweh deity, the demented deity in the clouds, he fails every test point in 1 Corinthians 13 as being a loving entity. He fails every single one of those identifying marks of true love. Miserably so. We're going to go through that whole chapter point by point and see how Mr. Yahweh does not match up. Again, quite to the contrary. He's the antithesis of Paul's own definition, the Bible's own definition of what constitutes true love. That's a big problem, Bible dupes. You've got a serious dilemma going on here. But again, look at the message of these passages. Put your child through hell to save your child from hell. Can you not see that Yahweh was all for physical child abuse? Yahweh not only endorsed human fathers inflicting beatings on their kids, but he personally liked to inflict beatings as well, all in the name of so-called discipline. So let's take a look at some passages along this line where Yahweh, the big daddy in the sky, he loves to inflict severe punishment on his, quote, children, be they adults or kids, his human children. Let's look first at Exodus 20, verse 5. This is the context of the Ten Commandments. You shall not bow down to them, to idols, or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the fathers to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me. Well, gee, Mr. Yahweh, I couldn't imagine why anybody would want to hate you, because you're just so loving, aren't you? I hope there's nobody listening to this or any of my previous videos or any of the videos to come who can say they love that thing by this point. I hope you can all say that you do, in fact, hate this monstrosity. Whether you think he's real or not, it doesn't matter. If if like me, you think he was just invented, I hope you hate what the thing stands for, at least. It's pure evil, whether it's a fictitious character. It's like Harry Potter, right? You can read Harry Potter and say, wow, I hate that Voldemort. He's pure evil. The character isn't real, but when you say you hate Voldemort, you say you're saying you hate what he represents, right? You hate the character. And well, the same with Mr. Yahweh here. When I say I hate that thing, I hate what it stands for. I hate its character, what it says, what it does. I absolutely despise it, such that I don't care if it's real. Suppose you could present evidence that the thing actually exists. It wouldn't matter to me one bit. I'll still spit in his face. I'll do more than that, but, I try to keep a G rating here. But I can get real creative of other things I'd like to do to that monstrosity, that wretched piece of trash. Bible dupes always say, oh, you're gonna get judged for that. Oh, please, the big fire-breathing dragon in the sky. Again, even if he was the big man on campus, what's he gonna condemn me for? Exposing him for the monster that he is? He could burn me for all eternity. I'm still right and he's wrong. What the hell does it matter? Do you hate truth that much that you're gonna follow a lie because you're afraid that the big ghoul in the sky is gonna punish you? Don't you understand that standing up for what is right doesn't matter if the consequences are going to be negative? You're still going to stand for what's right. Isn't that what Bible dupes always claim anyway?
I'm going to stand up for Jesus even if I get persecuted.
But yet, once they see that standing up for Jesus isn't what they were taught, that the whole Bible is a fraud from Genesis to Revelation, why do you not still believe in that principle of standing up for what's right once you realize the Bible's a bunch of crap? Why would you still want to stand up for it?
Because you're afraid just in case that God does exist, I might get punished?
The God of that book is pure evil. You're going to live in fear of that thing? Anyway, I marvel at the twisted and downright damnably demented reasoning that Bible believers use. They just can't let go of their little fantasy world when there's no reason, no sound, sober, or even moral reason to continue to do so. In fact, true morality compels you to dump this deity, his demented book, and everything that has grown out of it. It's all garbage, and it belongs in the garbage. Anyway, so from this last passage, Exodus 20, verse 5, we see that not only does Yahweh make children bear the guilt and punishment for the sins of their fathers, but he does so for generations thereafter. Imagine that. So Yahweh doesn't just want to punish children for bad things that they've done, that they actually have done themselves. He wants to punish their children, their children's children, their children's children's children, for 3 and 4 generations thereafter, for something that their great-great-great frickin' grandfather did. Yeah, that's Yahwehshan justice for you. You're going to tell me this God is just when he punishes? Oh, and don't worry, I'm well aware that there are passages like in the book of Ezekiel which says,
the Father shall not bear the sin of the Son, nor the Son shall bear the sin of the Father.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's something in there for everyone, isn't there? The Bible always backtracks. it always has the counter argument. For one thing, it says over here, it'll have the opposite over there. It's a schizophrenic book with a schizophrenic message. Yes, the Bible does say that, but it also says quite a few more times, in fact, than the latter. It does say, as we just read here in Exodus 20, and it repeats that theme many other times, that the sons do bear the guilt and thus the punishment for the sins of their fathers and their grandfathers and great-grandfathers. It says that many, many times. So I don't care that you can conjure up 1 or 2 or 3 passages here or there that say the opposite. It doesn't change the fact that this book does endorse punishing later generations for the sins of former generations. It's there. End of story. It doesn't matter. And what puts this dilemma in even a worse predicament is the fact that Yahweh boasts that he never changes.
I am the Lord, I change not.
So what are you going to do about that, Bible dupes? Your God commanded that the children suffer for the sins of their fathers? And yet later, that same God now says,
the son shall not bear the guilt of the father.
Your God did change, didn't he? So how can you even trust a schizophrenic God like that, who completely changes his entire stance? I mean, 180 degrees. He would only have to do that once, and that's reason enough not to trust the thing, right? But he does it over and over and over again, as I have much more than adequately demonstrated in previous videos on this channel. And I'll be demonstrating it a lot more in future videos. Anyway, let's go on to our next
inspiring scriptural passage here.
Exodus 34, verses 6 and 7 says, Then the Lord passed by in front of him, Moses, and proclaimed, the Lord God, compassionate and gracious, slow to anger. Compassionate and gracious? Oh, give me a barf bag. Slow to anger? Oh, right. Like when he zapped Uzzah dead because he reached out to catch the ark to prevent it from falling and getting damaged. He didn't do it out of defiance.
I don't care that you said not to touch it, Yahweh. I'm going to stop this thing from hitting the ground anyway.
No. That's not how it happened. Out of reflex, out of concern for this so-called sacred article, he just reached out to prevent it from getting damaged. And the Bible says at that moment, Yahweh zapped him dead because of his irreverence. Oh, you demonic, demented deity from the pits of hell. It was not irreverence. It was not irreverence at all. When you read the story, it was freaking reflex. It wasn't out of rebellion. It wasn't out of disregard for Yahweh's command not to touch the ark. Yahweh is slow to anger. Yeah, sure he is. Compassionate and gracious. I'd rather fall into the arms of a rabid frickin' bear with rabies, well, a rabid bear with rabies. It's kind of repetitive, isn't it? With a bear with rabies and you know, just got shot in the arm and is furious and raging and you know, I'd rather deal with a creature like that than Mr. Yahweh. A bear, under those circumstances, would have more compassion and graciousness and would be slower to anger than this biblical character here. Or how about this one? I'd rather fall into the hands of the devil himself. If the devil is supposed to be the antithesis of Yahweh, how bad could the devil be? Look how bad Yahweh is. Look how evil he is. If the devil's the antithesis of that, yeah, I'll take the devil, thank you very much. Now I know Bible dupes are going to say, see, I told you, he's a devil worshiper, that guy. See, he's evil. You're the devil worshiper because your God Yahweh is the devil. You know why I said I would take the devil over Yahweh. You know exactly why. But you're going to twist my words anyway, aren't you? Because you're so desperate to save your sinking ship. I got news for you. It already sank. And in case you haven't noticed, you're going down with it, baby. And you know what? If you're that obnoxious of a Bible supporter, You're still going to continue to cling to this filth, even though you've heard how evil it is? Goodbye. Goodbye. I just as soon see you go down with the ship. The world will be a better place without people like you. How does that grab you? You're not worthy of compassion. If you support a monstrous, demonic, demented wretch like this thing called Yahweh. Anyway, let's continue on with this inspiring passage, shall we? Because it just gets better as it goes along. Let me start from the beginning because I rambled here. The Lord passed in front of him, Moses, and proclaimed, the Lord, compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in loving kindness and truth. Oh, could you get a bigger truckload of crap than that? Are you serious, man? Forget the knee-high boots. You'd need an entire bodysuit to protect you from that pile of crap. Look at that! Abundant in loving kindness and truth. Who keeps loving kindness for thousands, who forgives iniquity, transgression, and sin. Oh, yeah, just like you forgave Uzzah, right, reaching out to catch the ark. Oh, yeah, you forgave. By the way, he didn't even sin. All he did was reach out to catch the ark. That wasn't even a sin. But nevertheless, even if he did it intentionally, maybe he forgot, you're going to call that merciful and compassionate? The moment he touches the thing, you're going to zap him dead? Get the hell out of here, you freaking wretch. And take your horns and fangs and claws with you. Anyway, the passage goes on to say, yet he, meaning himself, Yahweh, he by no means will leave the guilty unpunished, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and on the grandchildren to the third and fourth generations. Again, Exodus 34, 6, and 7. So here again, we see that same theme, don't we? I don't care that the Bible later says in Ezekiel, that the father shall bear the guilt for his own sins and not the son, and the son shall bear the guilt for his own sins and not the father. I don't care what Ezekiel says later. This is what Yahweh said in Exodus. And since Yahweh says he doesn't change, well, guess what? You see, Bible dupes, you got a big problem here. A very big, you got a lot of problems. But just on this alone, right here, a big problem, don't you? You either have to admit that your God is a psychopath and he loves to punish later generations for the sins of former generations and he's totally freaking unjust. Or you got to somehow claim, as a lot of Bible dupes do, that passages like this, which contradict what's in Ezekiel, which sounds much better, right? That the sons don't bear the guilt of the father and vice versa. If you're going to cling to Ezekiel and say that somehow these Exodus passages don't belong, they're a corruption, well, now you're following a book that can't be trusted. You see the point? It doesn't matter which tact you take. You got a big problem either way. You either have an evil deity, a very psychopathic, schizophrenic deity, or if in fact these Exodus passages are incorrect and they're corruptions and don't belong, well, you got an incompetent God who allowed these mistakes in there, even though he said he was going to preserve his word for all time, right? You've got a deity that, if he's not schizophrenic in the way he deals with sinners, he is compassionate and just and only holds people accountable for their own individual sins and not others, well, then you've got an incompetent God who allowed hideous passages like this into his so-called holy word that should never have gotten there, that have caused great confusion and still continue to do so, and give you no reason to trust this book. So either way, your God's out the window, isn't he? He can't be trusted. So at worst, he's a psychopath. At best, he's not to be trusted. He's incompetent. He's inconsistent. He's certainly not consistent with preserving his word, is he? And so you can't trust this book. How do you know any of it is trustworthy, right? And of course, if you go back in previous videos I've done and you see all the contradictions, especially in the Gospels with the story of the life of Christ, you don't know what the hell he did, when he did it, if he did it, who he did it with, who was there, why they were there, what they were doing while they were there. I mean, from one Gospel to the next, every freaking story tells the same story differently. So many details are completely different John will add stuff that's not in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and vice versa, and Luke will add stuff that's not in Matthew, and on it goes. Wow. The most important part of the Bible is supposed to be the gospel record, right? And yet that's the one part that actually has the most contradictions of all the other parts of the Bible. Most of the contradictions are concentrated in the freaking Gospels. Yahweh couldn't even get that part right. Are you getting the picture yet, Bible dupes, of how completely bamboozled you've been? Is it starting to sink in yet? That is my intent, more than anything else, with this channel. I get into other stuff, which is related directly, indirectly, but exposing this book is one of the most important works of my life. All the years I spent as a Bible dupe, preaching from this nonsensical book and corrupting people, I'm trying to make up for my sins of leading people down a dead-end road, not knowingly at the time, but nevertheless, that's what I did. I regret having done that. And so I want to make up for those sins of deceiving people with this nonsense. Wow, man. Anyway, let's go on to our next disgusting passage. This one here is from Hebrews, chapter 12, verses 4 to 12. Continuing along in this line of thought of Yahweh endorsing and actually practicing, quote, child abuse. Now, in this context, the children that are being referred to here are mostly adults, his adult children that are supposed to be his followers, but rebel on occasion, so he punishes them. But nevertheless, it's still the idea that Yahweh loves to inflict abuse, not discipline. Abuse. Just like we read in the Proverbs passages, right? That's not discipline.
Beat your child with a rod. Don't cease for his crying.
That's abuse. No getting around it. You can't twist it to make it say something else. It says what it says. It means what it means. That's it. End of story. Case closed. And so now we're looking at a New Testament passage which shows that Yahweh didn't change from Old Testament to New Testament, did he? Just like the Bible says,
I am the Lord, I change not.
He really doesn't change. He's every bit the psychopath in the New Testament as he was in the Old. And here's a good example of this. Again, Hebrews 12, starting with verse 4. In your struggle against sin, said Paul, assuming he wrote the book of Hebrews, you have not yet resisted to the point of shedding your blood. Now, I got to stop right there. Before we even go on, I absolutely must stop for a minute and let that part sink in. Did you catch what Paul just said here? In your struggle against sin, you have not yet resisted to the point of shedding your blood. Shedding your blood. Paul is clearly stating here that an important part of struggle against sin is that you have to have your blood shed. Your blood must be shed. In other words, you must seek to be persecuted. If no one's persecuting you, go out and be obnoxious and try to cram the Bible down their throats until you tick them off so much that they want to beat the daylights out of you. Then that will be a great victory in your struggle against sin. That's what he's saying here. That's exactly what he's not speaking figuratively. And for those that want to try to make that argument, well, prove it. It doesn't say it here at all. And why should we think this is figurative when we have so much literal crap like this all over the place in the rest of the Bible?
Kill everything that breathes, including young suckling infants, blah, 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 blah.
That's not figurative speech now, is it? No, Paul was speaking here literal. Let me read this again. He's almost implying that victory over sin requires the shedding of your blood for atonement, right? In your struggle against sin. Wasn't Jesus supposed to have won the victory over sin for us with the shedding of his blood? But now Paul here is saying that in your struggle against sin, you need to shed your own blood. Apparently, if you can't find anybody else to shed it for you, he's implying that, well, I don't know, I guess cut yourself open and make yourself bleed. Either way, your blood needs to be shed for you to be victorious in your struggle against sin. This is abominable on a scale that boggles the mind. Again, you won't even see stuff like this in the Satanic Bible. This far exceeds it, folks. It really does. Anyway, after Paul made that incredibly abominable statement about shedding your own blood as a necessary thing to assist in your struggle against sin, he went on to say, and have you not completely forgotten this word of encouragement that addresses you as a father addresses his son? It says, my son, do not make light of the Lord's discipline, and do not lose heart when he rebukes you, because the Lord disciplines the one he loves, and he chastens everyone according as his son, everyone that he accepts as his son. So here Paul is reiterating passages that we looked at in the, like in the book of Proverbs, right, where it says that if you love your son, you're going to beat him with the rod, meaning if you don't beat him, you don't love him, right? So Paul is saying here that just as you, as human fathers, are going to beat your kid, chasten your kid with a rod because you love him, Paul is saying here that Yahweh, as our so-called heavenly Dada, Yahweh also beats his, earthly children out of love, to quote, discipline them. And when you look at examples in the Old Testament, how did Yahweh do that? Oh, by sending famines and pestilence and opening up the earth and swallowing people and sending fire down from heaven and devouring the whole village to put fear in them so that the living would not, follow in the path of the ones he just destroyed. That's called love. Oh, tough love, right? So Paul here is endorsing this psychopathic, abusive daddy image of Yahweh in the Old Testament. He's saying that Yahweh still continues to do that in the New Testament. He's going to send all kinds of troubles your way. Peter says, think it not a strange thing when a fiery trial comes your way, but rejoice in it, because the Lord suffered for you, and now you get to suffer for the Lord. Oh, isn't that wonderful? That's the good news of the gospel, isn't it? Jesus suffered for you, so now you should suffer for him. You see the schizophrenic message there? Christians will say, oh, the good news is that we don't have to suffer now. Jesus suffered for us. He paid the price for our sins. But yet, as you read on in the New Testament, it makes it clear that you're supposed to suffer too, just like Jesus. And it gives the impression that if you're not suffering, there's something wrong. And you shouldn't complain when you suffer. You should rejoice. Oh, that's good news, isn't it? This is sounding like George Orwell, isn't it? Freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, blah, blah, blah. War is peace. That's biblical philosophy for you, isn't it? Anyway, Paul went on to say, endure hardship as discipline. Endure it. Smile through it. Dance and cheer and be glad through your sufferings. This is a consistent message repeated throughout the New Testament. He went on to say, God is treating you as his children. So, therefore, again, endure hardship as discipline. Be glad. Rejoice in your trials. God is perfecting you. You know how many times I used to hear that as a Bible dupe years ago? People would actually claim that they were enjoying things, that were going wrong in their life. And I'm talking about major things,
Oh, my mother just died from cancer, but I know that the Lord is in control and he has a purpose behind it.
Oh, yeah, he had a purpose in killing your mother. Yeah, that did a lot of good for her, didn't it? Never mind the trauma for all of her living relatives. That did her a lot of good. So what are you saying? That Yahweh killed your mother so he could strengthen your faith? Get the hell out of here. Oh, man. Again, if this is a loving God, I would hate to see a hateful one. What the hell would that be like? Anyway, the passage the passage goes on to say, for what children are not disciplined by their father? If you are not disciplined, i.e. beaten with a rod, if you are not disciplined, and everyone undergoes discipline, he says, then you are not legitimate. So you see how Paul's getting the idea across that if God really loves you, you're going to suffer, and you need to recognize that suffering as part of your discipline. Don't get distraught over it. Be glad and rejoice. Here's your good news, guys. Here's your good news. Suffer for Jesus because he suffered for you. And if you want to be victorious over sin, you got to have your own bloodshed. That's just all there is to it. So go out there and do what you can to make sure your blood gets shed. If it doesn't, why, there's something wrong. You're going to get weak in your faith. To strengthen your faith and be victorious over sin, make sure you get your blood shed. That's literally what Paul said. I'm not putting words in this monstrosity's mouth. He said it himself. I'm just sharing the good news. It goes on to say, those who do not get punished, if you do not get punished, you are not legitimate. You are not true sons and daughters at all. You are not true sons and daughters of Yahweh at all unless you get punished. Oh, Yahweh's a sadomasochist, isn't he? That's what Paul is saying here. Yahweh is only happy and will only view you as a true son or daughter if you welcome with open arms his miseries that he's going to send your way. The passage goes on to say, moreover, we have all had human fathers who disciplined us, and we respected them for it. Respect? Again, according to the biblical description of so-called discipline, you got to be beaten with a rod. That doesn't instill respect. That instills fear. That is not discipline. That is abuse. Even though it seems like I'm going off the topic of pedophilia, no, I'm not. This is all building up to a big crescendo, which I'm not going to get to in this video. But I'm laying a firm foundation here to show consistently how the Bible, from Old Testament to New, endorses freaking child abuse. That's what Paul is doing right here. He goes on to say, how much more should we submit to the Father of spirits, i.e. Yahweh, and live? In other words, if we endure punishment, i.e. beatings from our earthly father, how much more we should be willing to take it from Yahweh, because he's going to stick it to you even worse, is what Paul is saying here. They, our earthly fathers, disciplined us for a little while as they thought best, but God disciplines as for our good, in order that we may share in his holiness. Oh, wow. So we can't share in Yahweh's holiness. Yeah, as if that thing is holy, right? But we can't share in his holiness unless we bend over and take his stripes with a smile on our face. This is what he's saying. Yahweh wants to beat ya. Isn't that nice? That's good news, isn't it? The Greek word for good news or for the gospel is evangelion. But this is not good news. Therefore, it should be the Greek word kachangelion. That's what this is. That's the word from which we get kaka from. Kak. In the Greek, kaka means bad things or nasty things. Kachangelion. Yeah. That's what it is, all right. Kaka. The kaka news of the gospel. How do you like it now, Bible dupes? Oh, are you liking this God still? Like I said, if you can answer that in the affirmative, stay the hell away from me, baby. Anyway, let's finish this passage. No discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Yet later on, however, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace from those who have been trained by it. Look at the word trained, right? Trained. Do you want to be a trainer or a loving parent? The idea here is that you want to train your kid. Training is something you do with a wild animal, right? You train it to obey and so it doesn't attack, doesn't stick out its fangs and claws. You train it. But a kid? Really? This is what the Bible teaches. As you would with a wild frickin' lion. Get out your whip. Get out your rod. Whap! Train! You don't train a kid. You raise a kid is what you do. You instill, hopefully, the best you can, wholesome morals. And yes, you have punishments for bad behavior, ground them or whatever. But beat them with a rod? This is what the Bible endorses. And since, once again, it endorses child abuse, physical child abuse, do you see how it's a very light skip and jump that requires no effort whatsoever to go from that to pedophilia? If you abuse them physically, it's no leap at all to abuse them sexually as well, right? So that's where this is going. That's why I'm talking about this now in the context of sexual abuse of children, in the context of pedophilia. When we get to the passages that talk about that, now this is all going to make much more sense. You're going to see that, oh, wow, yeah. No surprise the Bible endorses pedophilia. It totally endorses physical abuse of kids. Why not? Therefore, Paul ends off by saying, strengthen your feeble arms and weak knees. You know what he means by that, right? Stop being wimpy and complaining about the abuses Yahweh sends your way, because when he sends you those abuses, he's doing it because he loves you. Therefore, you should be glad and rejoice when he beats the living crap out of you, just like you loved and rejoiced over your earthly father beating you with a rod, like we're told in the book of Proverbs. Freaking unreal, man. So Yahweh loves to inflict misery, supposedly for disciplinary purposes. He whom the Lord loves, he chastens, Paul says. Yeah, beats the crap out of them. Again, like Proverbs, right? If you love your children, you're going to beat them. If you don't beat them, you don't love them. That's the Yahweh philosophy that he wants instilled, or that this so-called holy book wants instilled in all of its followers. So guess what, Bible dupes? You lose again. You lose again. Your family values are a sick freaking joke. All right, guys, thanks for joining me. Oh, lots more to come on this subject. We haven't even been getting warmed up yet. Thanks for joining me. We'll catch you in the next video. Take care. All right, everyone. Welcome to part 2 of Pedophilia in the Bible. In addition to Yahweh inflicting miseries on his, quote, children for disciplinary purposes, as we saw in the last video, and telling fathers to inflict miseries on their children by beating them with a rod, he also calls for the death penalty to be carried out against his Gentile children that don't kiss his hind parts, which included their infant offspring as well. So it's necessary to go through passages like this, even though they're not directly related to pedophilia. We'll be getting to that, don't worry. But it's necessary to look at these passages, once again, just to show the complete lack of concern that Mr. Yahweh had for children. Not only lack of concern, but apparently he was a sadomasochist who particularly enjoyed the sport of inflicting sufferings on young little children. So if he was all for the abuse of little children, once again, physically beating them, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away to go to pedophilia. And so when we look at those passages later, like I said before, it won't be any surprise, will it? When we see the complete psychopathy of this little wretch called Yahweh, that so many multiplied millions of people around the world, yea, billions, idolize and worship on a daily basis. It's mind-blowing. Anyway, 1 Samuel chapter 15, verses 2 and 3 is the first verse we'll look at, or passage we'll look at. This is Yahweh speaking here. He says to the Israelites, "No, now go and smite Amalek." Amalek was one of Israel's enemies. "And utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling." So here Yahweh was commanding the Israelites to go and kill all of the Amalekites, including their infants and their sucklings. Right out of the womb. Kill them all. Don't forget, we've seen other passages where Yahweh commanded the ripping up of the wombs of pregnant women, right? Absolute sick monstrosity. Again, you have to drop your jaw in amazement that so many people not only look up to this individual, but again, worship this thing and claim without any warrant whatsoever that this thing is holy, just, righteous, and loving. As I said, we're going to be looking at Mr. Yahweh and his so-called love in great detail in an upcoming video, and see how he completely fails the love test from every conceivable angle. And as always, we will use the Bible to do it. I marvel, again, not only that so many, millions, billions of people around the world can look up to this thing, but I also marvel, once again, that I used to look up to this thing. It's embarrassing, I've always prided myself as being one who looked under the rug to examine things and get to the bottom of things. And yet, all the while, there I was, for the whopping bulk of my life, falling for that nonsense, falling for that monstrosity. Anyway, the next passage here is Deuteronomy 2, verse 34. "And we took all of his," Sihon's, who was the king of Heshbon, "we took all of his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men and the women and the little ones of every city. We left none to remain." This is, Moses bragging of the victory, alleged victory. But nevertheless, whether these stories actually occurred or not doesn't matter. They're in the Bible. They're attributed to Yahweh and Yahweh's chosen ones. And, if you cited this passage alone by itself, Bible believers might say,
"Oh, well, maybe Moses misunderstood, and he just thought that was God's will."
Well, you just read a passage where that very God himself commanded that they do this with the Amalekites. Kill everything, right? Infants, young suckling ones, all men, all women, kill them all. So obviously what went on here in Deuteronomy was Yahweh's will too, right? In Jeremiah 51, starting with verse 20, Yahweh said to Israel, "You are my battle axe and my sword. With you I will shatter nations and destroy many kingdoms. With you I will shatter armies, destroying the horse and the rider and the chariot along with the charioteer. With you I will shatter men and women, old people and children, young men and maidens. With you I will shatter shepherds and flocks, farmers and oxen, captains and rulers. Look it up. Read it for yourself. I have not added anything to this passage. It is direct, verbatim, word-for-word quote from the Not-So-Holy Book. Jeremiah chapter 51. Start reading from verse 20 on. Yahweh is attributed to have made those comments. Those are his words. You are my battle axe, and through you I will shatter men and women, old people and children. Yahweh got his rocks off on killing or having his chosen ones kill for him old people, the elderly, and children, young men and maidens.
With you I will shatter shepherds and flocks, farmers and oxen, captains and rulers. In other words, everybody!
Everybody must get stoned. He didn't just want them stoned, though.
Depended on the mood he was in, you know. Sometimes take your sword and lop their heads off. Thrust them through with thy swords. Other times he would send fire down from heaven and incinerate them.
Because, you know, if you use the same method all the time, it would tend to get boring, so you got to switch it up a little, you know. Yahweh loved blood and guts entertainment. Yahweh called for the death penalty of Hebrew children as well on occasion, depending on the mood he was in and whether or not the Hebrews were licking his hind parts in the proper manner prescribed. And he called for the death of Hebrew children for the most minor offenses. He was just looking for an excuse to kill them too. It wasn't just Gentile children. So, you know, he was fair, right? He was an equal opportunity murderer, you know. So here's a passage like this. Exodus 21:15 says, anyone who attacks their father or mother is to be put to death. This was among many laws that Yahweh delivered to Moses that were to govern how the Israelite community was to function. And so one of these laws was, anyone among you, any Hebrew, who attacks their own father or mother is to be put to death. No age limit here. Didn't matter. Even a young kid who, in a temper tantrum, you know, struck back at his mother or father while getting a beating with the rod, kill him. Kill him. So they were to sit there passively as they were getting beaten black and blue and, you know, broken bones and whatnot. Do nothing. Take it with a smile, apparently. Or else, if they did anything to defend themselves, kill them. Deuteronomy 21, verses 18 to 21 has this to say. If someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who does not obey his father and mother and will not listen to them when they discipline him, his father and mother shall take hold of him and bring him to the elders at the gate of his town. They shall say to the elders, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of his town are to stone him to death. You must purge the evil from among you. All Israel will hear it and be afraid. This is the great Yahweh speaking here. This is his remedy for a rebellious son. Imagine what kind of love parents would have had for their kids back then with this kind of law in place.
Well, yeah, we love you, son, but you slip up just once, and we're taking you to the elders. We're going to have you stoned to death.
Yeah, that's real love. This is Yahweh's solution to a rebellious child. And there's no definition here to what would constitute rebellion. Apparently, you tell your kid to make his bed and he doesn't comply. All right, that's it. We're taking a walk downtown, buddy. Unfreaking believable. But notice how it says, if the child is rebellious, take him to the elders. And then the parents are to say to the elders, this is our stubborn and rebellious son. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. How does rebelliousness now translate into glutton and drunkard? I guess, that makes it more justifiable. He wouldn't make his bed this morning, so he's a glutton and a drunkard now. That would help to make them feel better about taking him to be stoned if they added glutton and drunkard to it, when all it said is rebellious, right? Simply rebelling, simply not listening to his parents, but now suddenly he's labeled a glutton and a drunkard. Then it says, all the men of his town are to stone him to death. All the men of the town. Everybody was to gather around. This was no spectator sport. Everybody had to participate. Come on now, everybody, even you little ones, pick up little stones if the bigger ones are too heavy. But you all need to participate now. This is a festival. We're going to have music and dancing later. Can you imagine? The whole town was to gather together. This is Yahweh's command here, not Moses. Moses carried it out, but this was Yahweh's command here, we're told. And you must do this, it says, to purge the evil from among you, and then all Israel will hear of it and be afraid. Well, why would you need all Israel to hear of it? The whole frickin' town would be gathered together, right? So they wouldn't just hear of it. They would be participating in it. So it's kind of nonsensical that he would even say that. But anyway. Notice how Yahweh loved to instill fear. Well, I guess what he meant by that, all of Israel. This would just be the local town within Israel, and the fear of it would be spread abroad. But apparently every town had this happen. So, it wouldn't be something that they would need to hear about to be afraid, because everybody in Israel at one time or other would have actually participated in something like this. And that was supposed to curtail rebelliousness, right? Fear. Not love, not respect, not instilling high moral standards and warning of the negative consequences that can result from bad behavior. Nothing like that. No.
Kill him! Fill him with fear and anguish and stress and sorrow and horror.
This is what Yahweh was all about. So, do you see why it's necessary, in the context of discussing pedophilia in the Bible, it's necessary to first discuss Yahweh's general overview, his general outlook, his general opinion on children. He finds them to be worthless. He has no compassion for them, no mercy whatsoever. Kill them with the slightest slip-up. Instill everybody with fear who looks on so they won't slip up themselves. Kill young suckling infants. Kill the unborn. Rip up the women's wombs, right? So, with this kind of a record, is it even necessary to say that Yahweh favored pedophilia? If he favored this, it wouldn't even matter if the Bible didn't mention pedophilia, right? You might as well just throw that in there and assume, well, yeah, that must have gone on too. If children were held in such low regard, anything's possible from this psychopath. But we don't have to speculate. We don't have to be left to guess about it, because we will be looking at passages that directly state that Yahweh was, in fact, in favor of pedophilia. He was in favor of child trafficking on a grand scale, as we will see later. Probably not in this video. I still got quite a bit more ground to cover on Yahweh's child abuse record. But imagine that. what if there were some exceptions to the rule? What if there were parents that actually did love their children and were horrified over this law and didn't want their children to be beaten or stoned to death? Can you imagine living under that kind of rule? They'd be afraid for their own lives.
Well, gee, we don't want our son to be stoned, but if we don't take him to get him stoned and it gets found out that he's rebellious and we didn't follow this law, we're going to be stoned too. What are we going to do?
How about just get the hell out of that community? First chance you get, in the middle of the night, pack your bags and leave the damn thing. Psychopathic, fanatic, religious Jim Jones cult. Anyway, here's another passage like this. This one is Proverbs 20, verse 20. By the way, I say Jim Jones cult. This is worse than Jim Jones. Sorry, Jim Jones, I didn't mean to insult you. You were a psychopath, of course, but not half as bad as this outrageous, disgusting religion. Anyway, Proverbs 20, verse 20 says, if someone curses their father or mother, their lamp will be snuffed out in the pitch of darkness. Now, that's, of course, just a little expression to make it sound a little more palatable. But again, it has the same meaning as the previous passages we just read. If anyone curses their father or mother, snuff them out in the pitch darkness. Imagine that. Here's another one. Leviticus 20, verse 9 says, anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death. So there you go. There you go. If you had any doubt that snuff out their lamps in the pitch darkness of night, if you had any doubt as to what that meant, well, here's your confirmation. Anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death. Why? Because it goes on to say, because they have cursed their father or mother, their blood will be on their own head. Does Yahweh sound to you like a child rights advocate here? But in case you still have any doubts, here's a few more morsels for you to munch on. Hosea 2, verses 2 to 4 says, for she, Israel, is not my wife, and I am not her husband. Here Yahweh is throwing an insecurity temper tantrum, likening himself to the husband of Israel, his bride, his wife, who's unfaithful to him. And so he says, again, she is not my wife, and I am not her husband. Let her remove the adulterous look from her face, and the unfaithfulness from between her breasts. Nice language to be using in a holy book too, right? But nevertheless, the imagery here is that she was unfaithful to him by whoring after false
gods, not the true loving God like Yahweh,
but the alleged false gods of the heathen, you know. Like I said before, guys, if the heathen gods are the antithesis of Yahweh, I'll take the heathen gods any day. If the devil is the antithesis of Yahweh, I'll take the devil over Yahweh any day. But anyway, otherwise, he said, I will strip her naked if she doesn't get rid of her, these idols and cease from her spiritual fornication. I will strip her naked and make her as bare as the day she was born. Again, look at the imagery here. What a psycho, huh?
Oh, but he's speaking figuratively.
Oh, well, like that really matters anyway. Why would you use this kind of psychopathic language at all, figuratively or otherwise? But what do you think the literal is of this figurative?
Oh, you could say, well, he doesn't really mean he's going to strip Israel naked.
He's going to murder them. So how is saying that this is figurative going to save Yahweh's reputation here? But again, guys, it doesn't matter, figurative or not. Look how sick the figurative languages he's using here. He goes on to say, I will make her like a desert, turn her into a parched land, and slay her with thirst. I will not show my love to her children, because they are the children of adultery. Did you catch that? I cannot stress enough the last part of that passage I just read. I have to elaborate on it because it is ever so significant. He's not only saying here that he's going to tar and feather the Israelites for their spiritual fornication, being unfaithful to him, worshiping other gods, right? But he said, I also will not show my love to her children, to Israel's young children. Why? Simply because they are the children of these adulterers who have committed spiritual adultery. Because their parents have been unfaithful to me, I will not show my love to their children. Wow! Wow, wow, freaking wow. Doesn't Yahweh set such a great example here to follow? Isn't he worthy of all of the praise heaped upon him in churches every week? Isn't he someone we should all emulate, look up to, respect? Doesn't he have the highest moral standards? In fact, isn't he the epitome of morality, as well as love and compassion and decency? Yes, why, of course he is. All you have to do is read his holy book, and you'll see that. I will not show my love to her children, because they are the children of adultery.
I know you didn't do anything wrong, little ones, but you happen to be the children of parents that I am infuriated with. So, no love for you either. You're gonna suffer my wrath as well.
Yeah, he's a real child rights advocate, isn't he? With this kind of a child rights advocacy record, he'd be a good candidate to work for CPS, wouldn't he? Excuse me. He could be their director, in fact. Yahweh says that he will show no love to the children of adultery. Here again, Yahweh demonstrates how unjust and unfair and uncouth he is, holding innocent children responsible for something they had nothing to do with, for something their parents did. And don't forget, as we've read in previous videos, Yahweh holds the children responsible for the guilt of their fathers unto the third and fourth generation. So you could be the great frickin' grandson of Jehozabad, who was a bad boy, and you're going to suffer too for what he did. Doesn't matter how you lived your life.
But don't worry, Bible believers will take you over to the book of Ezekiel, where it says, I do not hold the children responsible for the sins of the fathers, or the fathers for the sins of the children, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and that fixes it. Yeah, right, that fixes it.
Get out of here. Get out of here with your schizophrenia. That's all this book is schizophrenia. Are there nice passages that portray Yahweh as loving? Oh, yeah, sure, of course. Sure. But it's like trying to polish a freshly dumped pile of horse dung, right? You can spray it with Lysol all you want, or Lemon Pledge for that matter, and you can put polish over it and try to make it look nice and shiny and attractive. It's still a pile of horse crap, isn't it? Your book, Bible dupes, is a freshly dumped, steaming pile of horse crap. Spray it up all you want. Pour perfume all over it all you want. It's not going to change it. Hosea 13 verse 16 says, because they have rebelled against their God, they will fall by the sword. Their little ones will be dashed to the ground. Their pregnant women will be ripped open. Might I remind you that this is the great Yahweh speaking here once again. Because they have rebelled against their God, they'll fall by the sword. I'm going to fix them good. But I'm not only going to have them who have rebelled fall by the sword, their little ones will be dashed to the ground, and their pregnant women will have their wombs ripped open. Listen to this raging, mass murderous, child murderous monstrosity from the very pits of hell. Listen to him telling you what kind of psycho he really is. Listen to this. There's no defending this, Bible dupes. And if you even attempt to do so, all you will be doing is proving that you yourselves are psychopaths. Only a psychopath would defend another psychopath. So you have a choice now. Stop defending this psychopath. Come clean. Admit you were duped. Turn away from this garbage before it finishes ruining you. It's already done a good job. But it's not too late. Give this detestable God up, this detestable book, and all the detestable religions that have been spawned from it, and leave it behind you. Or else, any attempt from here on out to defend this book, you are now a part of this problem. You are all for child abuse. You can claim you're not all you want. It doesn't matter. If you are in favor of this book that advocates it, your claim to be against child abuse is now going to ring completely hollow. Just like I've said before, I can say I hate Aleister Crowley and all he stands for, but if I turn around and start reading his books and say I love what he wrote, hey, this is good stuff. I hate the guy still. Yeah, I hate Crowleyism and Aleister Crowley, but I love his books. Oh yeah, it's great stuff. That's what you're doing, Bible dupes. If you claim to hate child abuse, and yet you defend that God who was the king of child abuse, you're a phony hypocrite. You're a liar. You're a fraud. Isaiah 13:16 says, their children also shall be dashed to pieces. Do you see how many times this psycho repeats this same refrain over and over and over and over again? I just noticed something. This is interesting. These two verses, the last one I read and now this one I'm reading, parallel each other, and they're both from the same chapter and same verse, but from two different books. The last one I read was Hosea 13:16. This one is Isaiah 13:16. So Hosea and Isaiah, same chapter, same verse, have almost word for word parallel statement repeating. That's interesting how that played out. But anyway, their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled and their wives ravished. Oh, look at that. Not only are their children going to be dashed to pieces before their eyes, I'm going to make sure it's done right in front of them, but their houses are going to be spoiled and their wives ravished, raped in front of them. I'm not only going to fix you real good for rebelling against me, but I'm going to get some good entertainment out of it on the side as well. This sounds so reminiscent of something that David said in Psalm 137, verse 9. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. David made that comment. I've actually had Bible dupes tell me that, oh, well, yeah, David did some naughty things, and so when he said that, he was just being naughty like he is in other passages, and that doesn't represent what Yahweh's all about. Oh, really? Really? When David said that, happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. When David said that, he was speaking totally in line with Mr. Yahweh, as we have just read from Hosea 13:16 and Isaiah 13:16. David was just reflecting something he learned directly from Mr. Yahweh. Ezekiel 9, verses 5 to 7 says, Then I heard the Lord say to the other men, Follow him through the city and kill everyone whose forehead is not marked. Some of you might recall I read this passage in an earlier video on this channel, and how the wording here precisely parallels that of the book of Revelation chapter 13, which talks about the mark of the beast, how if you receive the mark of the beast, you're going to be killed, and if you don't receive it, you won't be killed, but you're going to be lost for eternity, right, because you rejected Mr. Yahweh. Well, here we have the mark of Yahweh being talked about, and it says anyone who does not have the mark of Yahweh is to be killed. Isn't that interesting? Follow him through the city, it says, and kill everyone whose forehead is not marked. Show no mercy, have no pity. Kill them all, old and young, girls and women and little children. But do not touch anyone with the mark. Begin your task right here at the temple. So they began by killing the 70 leaders. Defile the temple, they shouted, as the Lord had commanded. Fill its courtyards with the bodies of those you kill. Go! So they went through the city and did as they were told by the Lord. Kill everyone that does not have this mark on their forehead that indicates that they belong to Yahweh. There's your mark of the beast for you right there in action. But notice who it says to kill here. Show no mercy, have no pity, kill them all, old and young, girls and women and little children. Yahweh commanded the death of all of these individuals. And to make sure they understood what he meant by all, he went on to elaborate. Old and young, the elderly, the frail, doesn't matter. Women and little children, young girls, it says, and women and little children. Little children. Oh yes, Yahweh loves the little children. I'm trying to think of, oh yeah, that's how it goes. There used to be this Sunday school song. Sabbatarian Christians sang it in Sabbath school, and all the other numbskulls sang it in Sunday school. Some of you might remember this if you, in fact, were indoctrinated with this slop. Praise him, all you little children. God is love, God is love. Oh, just look how loving he actually is. Praise him, all you little children.
But if your parents tick him off, he's going to kill you too, little children. Why? Oh, well, because he's love. That's why.
That's what a loving entity does when he gets mad.
He not only kills the parents that got him mad, but the little children too.
Praise him, all you little children. God is love, God is love. If it wasn't so pathetic, it would be laughable, wouldn't it? But it's not. It's sickening. It's revolting. It's disgusting. It's abominable. Oh, but we're not done. Here's another passage. Hosea 9, verses 11 to 16 says, The glory of Israel will fly away like a bird, for your children will die at birth or perish in the womb, or never even be conceived. Even if your children survive to grow up, I will take them from you. It will be a terrible day when I turn away and leave you alone. I have watched Israel become as beautiful and pleasant as Tyre, but now Israel will bring out her children to be slaughtered. O Lord, what should I request for your people? I will ask for wombs that don't give birth and breasts that give no milk. The Lord says, all their wickedness began in Gilgal. There I began to hate them. I will drive them from my land because of their evil actions. I will love them no more because of all of their leaders' rebellious ways. I will love them no more. Gee, remember the favorite saying of Bible dupes that God loves the sinner but hates the sin? Here it says he hates them. I will love them no more. And they don't have to rebel directly. They only have to be a part of the community whose leaders have rebelled, and therefore he will not love all of them. Even if they didn't rebel themselves personally, as long as their leaders did it, he's going to hate them. He's not going to show them any love, and he's going to call for them to be killed and for their children to be killed. I mean, this is unbelievable. Again, read this for yourself. I'm not twisting the words at all here. I'm simply telling you what they say. I mean, you heard what they said. Hosea 9:11-16. I didn't finish. There's another verse here. The people of Israel, it says, are stricken. Their roots are dried up. They will bear no more fruit. And if they give birth, I will slaughter their beloved children. This is Yahweh speaking. If they give birth, I will slaughter their beloved children. What a raging psychopath. Again, Bible dupes might try to defend this. They'll say that, they were evil. They were rebellious. God had to purge that evil from their midst. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is not love. Do you understand that? That might be the way a human tyrant would operate, but that's not the way a so-called loving God would operate. This God is supposed to be the embodiment of love, right? That's not how love acts. Yahweh just said here, when they're rebellious, I hate them. Even the ones who don't rebel against me, because their leaders are rebellious, I'm going to hate all of the people, and they're all going to suffer my vengeance, and I'm going to kill their little ones. Do you see how you can't justify this? And how this is not justice? You can't call this God just anymore. It's over. Game over. It's a done deal. Your God is not just. This is not justice. This is the very antithesis of justice. One of my listeners is always correcting me when I say antithesis. Antithesis. I've always pronounced it antithesis for some reason. But anyway, this is the antithesis of justice, isn't it? Of course it is. His mode of behavior is the antithesis of all that's good. The antithesis of love, the antithesis of sanity, decency, honor. Yahweh is the very opposite of all of those qualities. You cannot defend this psychopath monstrosity. You can't do it. He's not defendable. I should add this passage to my notes on abortion in the Bible. I don't think I have this one in there, but this is another example of abortion, right? Where he says, your children will die at birth or perish in the womb. There you go. Yahweh was all for killing children in the womb. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to add that to my abortion notes. Anyway, here's yet another passage like this. Oh, there's no end to these. Deuteronomy 32, verses 23-25 says, and again, this is Yahweh speaking, I will heap calamities on them, the rebellious Israelites, and spend my arrows against them. I will send wasting famine against them, consuming pestilence and deadly plague. I will send against them the fangs of wild beasts, the venom of vipers that glide in the dust. In the street, the sword will make them childless. In their homes, terror will reign. The young men and young women will perish. the infants and those with gray hair. Once again, do you see how he goes out of his way to make it clear that he's not going to spare anyone? And it doesn't matter if every one of these individuals actually rebelled or not. They're all going to suffer because of the rebellion of, the few. The many will suffer for the few, which will include, and he goes into great detail, those who are gray, the elderly, infants, he says. They all will perish, young women and men, all of them. But Yahweh was the greatest child rights advocate ever, wasn't he? Or isn't he? Almost everyone knows the story of David and his affair with Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah. That's a pathetic, sickening, repulsive, disgusting story. There's a lot of stories like that attributed to David, as it turns out. David was a friggin' wretch. Some of you might recall, I spent quite some time documenting his rap sheet of crimes. And yet, the Bible says that David was a man after Yahweh's own heart. Well, yeah, he was, actually, because he committed all of those atrocities. He was a man after Yahweh's heart, because that's just how Yahweh is. But anyway, in the story of Uriah, before I even get to that, Yahweh says that David was a man after his own heart, and that he did that which was right in his eyes all the days of his life, except in the case of Uriah and his wife. That's it. Yahweh clearly states that the only bad boy thing that David ever did was what he did with Uriah's wife. He slept with Uriah's wife, got her pregnant, and then later he set up Uriah to be killed by putting him in the front lines, so he'd be one of the first to be killed in battle, so he wouldn't be accountable to him for sleeping with his wife when he found out later, blah, blah, blah. But Yahweh says that was the only wrong thing David ever did. David did a hell of a lot of nasty, rotten, scoundrelous things, and yet, according to Yahweh, those things were after his own heart. It was only the Uriah thing that he rebuked him for. It's frickin' unreal, man. But that's a joke, because we're told that Yahweh had a temper tantrum when David took a census. So, according to Yahweh's own testimony, Yahweh got mad at David for more things than just the Uriah thing, right? He was mad that he took the census. And yet, there's a passage that says that Yahweh moved upon David's heart for him to take the census. There's another passage that says Satan moved upon his heart to make him do it. So, I guess my case is clinched, isn't it, that Yahweh is Satan? I don't think that's a contradiction at all in that instance. When it says that Yahweh made David take the census and then later Satan made David take the census. No, I think there's complete harmony there, because Yahweh is Satan. But anyway. Let's take a moment to contemplate this story in this current context of Yahweh's favoritism of child abuse. This story, as related in 2 Samuel chapters 11 and 12, tells of David seeing Bathsheba taking a bath, and since he liked what he saw, he decided to have his way with her, according to chapter 11, verses 2 to 4. As a result of this encounter, Bathsheba became pregnant. Thus, David again sent her husband into the front lines to be killed. This was, as stated, the only killing by David that Yahweh ever disapproved of. The only wrong thing, period. More than that, Yahweh was actually very displeased with David for it, according to chapter 11, verse 27. But then Yahweh decided to forgive him, according to verse 13, for sleeping with Bathsheba. Still, Yahweh had to do something about it, if for no other reason than to show that he was tough on sinners, of whom, of course, he is the chief in the Bible. But anyway, so here's what Yahweh decided to do about David's little naughty deed with Bathsheba. He would have David's wives raped by his neighbor, while everyone else watched, including Yahweh himself, of course. Here's what it says in chapter 12, verse 11. Thus says the Lord, behold, I will raise up against her out of thine own house, and I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of the sun, before the in the middle of daylight, It turns out that the neighbor that Yahweh sent to do this dastardly deed was David's own son, Absalom, according to chapter 16, verses 21 and 22. These stories are just so touching, aren't they? But as fate, or Yahweh, would have it, this punishment was just not enough to satisfy Mr. Yahweh. He needed some more entertainment.
I mean, he needed to punish David some more
for his misdeed with Uriah's wife, Bathsheba. David's naughtiness had caused Yahweh's enemies to mock him, we're told. So Yahweh really had to fix David good. Thus, he told David that he would kill the baby that he had with Bathsheba. According to chapter 12, verse 14, it says, the child also that is born unto thee shall surely die. This was a baby. And Yahweh said, I'm going to kill that baby because I didn't like what you did and you made me look bad.
It sounds a bit harsh, yes. But of course, he's God, so he can do anything he wants. And we're not to question it. In fact, we're to still say he's just, holy, righteous, and loving, even though, of course, that action is not just righteous, holy, or loving. It is the very opposite thereof. But nevertheless, he's God, so we have to label it that, unless you want to burn in hell forever and have him torture and murder your little infant children as well. Bless his holy name.
Yahweh didn't just outright kill this baby, though, quickly and mercifully. That wouldn't have been any fun. No. No, instead, he let the infant suffer for about a week, assumedly to punish his father for his dastardly deed. He allowed the baby to suffer and then die after suffering a long time. According to chapter 12, verse 15, quote, the Lord struck the child that Uriah's wife bare unto David, and it was very sick. Yeah, Yahweh was very sick as well, wasn't he? Shortly after the baby became ill, David pleaded with the great Yahweh to stop torturing the poor thing. But the merciful and compassionate deity just would not budge. Again,
what fun would that have been?
After suffering for a whole week, Yahweh finally killed the little tyke, according to verse 18. David, though, didn't appear very sorrowful over the whole matter. In fact, it turns out that once the baby died, he simply washed up, got dressed, and had himself a nice little meal after first worshiping the great Yahweh, who had just finished off killing his infant son, according to verse 20. Yahweh never expressed compassion or concern for the suffering of babies. Yea, he inflicted suffering and commanded others to inflict suffering and death upon young suckling infants, upon the unborn by ripping up the mothers' or mothers-to-be wombs again and again and again. Absolutely disgusting. We could also go on to talk about Yahweh's push for circumcision, right? Newborn babies. Before they were 8 days old, they were required to be circumcised. Absolute torture of an infant just out of the womb. The trauma of circumcision. And it's something that is still very prevalent in society, in our society anyway, isn't it? In the United States, parents don't even question it. They don't even realize what they're putting their little baby through. They don't realize the horror, the suffering of it. And yet this all came from Yahweh, we're told, right? He required it. Again, child abuse. Sexual abuse, in fact. And of course, no surprise, as we've seen in a previous video, Yahweh had no problem with cannibalism against children. In fact, he commanded it, right? I will send wild animals against you, he said, and they will rob you of your children. He said that you will eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters, you know, on and on and on. That's Leviticus 26:14-39. I'm not going to read these again because we already covered this in a previous video, but I'll cite them so you can look them up to refresh your memory. Deuteronomy 28:53, Ezekiel 5 verse 10, Jeremiah 19:9, Leviticus 26:29, Isaiah 9 verse 19, Lamentations 4 verse 10, 2 Kings 6:28 and 29, Deuteronomy 28:57. Anyway, there you have it. So Yahweh was all for beating kids, beat them to a pulp, right? You know, grab the rod and let them have it. He was all for, you know, cannibalism, eat your sons, eat your daughters. He was all for killing children, young suckling infants, the unborn in their mother's womb, you know, rip up the wombs of the pregnant women, on and on and on and on. Yahweh didn't give a damn about children. And so, therefore, we should not be surprised, as we will finally start looking into in the next video. We should not be surprised to see that Yahweh also endorsed child sexual abuse, i.e., pedophilia. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be delving into that, or starting to delve into that in the next video. It's going to take several videos to cover because, believe it or not, there's a crap ton of references like this in the Bible, not just in the Old Testament, but in the New as well. So thanks for joining me, folks. We'll catch you in the next video. Take care. All right, everyone. Welcome to part 3 of pedophilia in the Bible. As promised, we're now going to finally get into the real heart of the discussion. Everything previously talked about was just, you know, the foundational preliminary material, but still very important because we have shown that Yahweh has a complete lack of regard, a complete disregard, in fact, a complete aversion to child rights. He loves to see kids murdered. He loves to see infants murdered. He commands the mass murder of infants, doesn't he? Over and over again. We see that this thing, this supposed all-loving, all-merciful, all-caring, all-compassionate God, commands that pregnant women's wombs be ripped up. Oh, yeah, he's against abortion too, right? But since he obviously has no compassion whatsoever for children, but instead psychopathically enjoys their torture and murder on a grand scale, no big surprise now to discover that he's also in favor of child sexual abuse. He loves child physical abuse, right? He doesn't just like to have them killed. He likes to have them beaten. Beat them with a rod many times. And so, yeah, since he favors, you know, physical abuse and murder of children, infants, even the unborn, no surprise that he would be in favor of child molestation, child sexual abuse. First, we need to point out the fact that Yahweh supposedly impregnated the young Virgin Mary. Is that not child abuse? Some estimate that Mary could have been as young as 11 or 12 years old. Some say 15, 16. Doesn't matter. We're still dealing with a very young, underage girl that Yahweh raped. I mean, let's be realistic here. That's exactly what went on. Without her knowledge or consent, it was a done deal. By the time she supposedly was given a dream or the angel appeared or whatever, she had already been knocked up. The deed was done. She was told after the fact. So that is, in fact, rape. It is. You can twist it all you want, Bible dupes. But if you impregnate a woman without her knowledge or consent, you give her the date rape drug and knock her up and then tell her the next morning,
oh, by the way, I hope you don't mind, but while you were passed out last night because of that little pill I dropped in your coffee,
unfreaking believable, man. But anyway, let's consider some examples where the great, all-loving, all-powerful, all-merciful, all-caring, and compassionate Yahweh endorsed pedophilia among the ancient Israelites. A Midianite massacre is described in Numbers chapter 31, verses 1 to 35. This story began with Yahweh telling Moses to take vengeance on the Midianites, although he did not say why.
Take vengeance on them.
That's it. No explanation given.
Well, you don't need one when we're talking about the great Yahweh, right? He just has to say, I want it, and that's it. We're not to question it. Whatever he wants, whenever he wants it, we're to do it. And we know it's just because it's him commanding it, right? Just when he commands the mass slaughter of everything that breathes in this, that, or the other city, including young suckling infants, cattle, sheep, and goats, it has to be just because Yahweh is just. When he says that you shall eat the flesh of your sons and your daughters, it's God, that's not only just, it's got to be loving too, because Yahweh is both just and loving, right? And nothing unjust or unloving could ever come from the mouth of Mr. Yahweh. So, I don't care how hideous it sounds, the things he commands, it has to be just and loving.
What a twisted book of filth. Anyway, Moses, at Yahweh's behest, sent off 12,000 men, we're told, led by Phinehas, with his holy instruments and trumpets. Holy instruments and trumpets. Anyway, first they killed every male, as Yahweh had commanded. Next, they killed 5 kings, along with Balaam. Then they took the women and children captive, collected their animals and valuables,
naturally,
and then they burned the cities and came back to Moses. But Moses was not pleased, saying, quote, "Have you saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the children of Israel to commit trespass against the Lord, and there was a plague." Oh, so that's the reason. They caused, the women apparently, just the women. The women somehow caused the Israelites to commit trespass. I guess they enticed them into worshiping idols or something. And so that was reason enough to kill everything except the women that they brought back. But these were the ones that were the problem, you see. So the passage goes on to say, "Now therefore," said Moses, "kill every male among the little ones. Kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known a man by lying with him." In other words, all the non-virgins. Killed all those women too. So apparently, it was only non-virgins that were enticing the Israelites to commit idolatry. But the virgin women somehow were exempt from this. I guess none of the virgins. There must be a connection between non-virginity and idol worship. Anyway, the great Moses went on to say, but all of the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Verses 14 to 18. All the women children, the virgins who have not slept with a man, keep them for yourselves. Well, for what? For what? Can you guess? And then in verses 32 to 35, these female children are referred to as booty. The passage reads, the booty wound up being 30 and 2,000 persons in all, of women, adults and children that had not lied with a man, not slept with a man. Christians love to attack Islam because of Muhammad's pedophilia, right? Supposedly he married a 9-year-old or something, and they think, that's atrocious. Well, it is atrocious, but how can they condemn that as atrocious and yet endorse this cursed book called the Bible that actually has a profound, much larger set of references that favor pedophilia? Anyway, let's take a look at several more passages and see even more clearly that Yahweh did encourage the Israelites to take female children as their sex slaves on numerous occasions. Because, if you just cite that passage, Bible dupes will try to twist it and make it out like, well, he was just telling them to take those women children so they could do the cooking and cleaning. Well, that's pretty pathetically disgusting on its own, isn't it? Even if you want to make that argument, how does that exonerate Mr. Yahweh's tyranny? Child labor, forced child labor, and calling them booty. You're in favor of that, Bible dupes? But oh, no, it was much more than that. Oh, no, it was so they could have a swinging good time with them. Here's another passage along this line from this sick and twisted perversion book. Judges 21, verses 10 to 23. It says, so they sent 12,000 warriors to Jabesh Gilead with orders to kill everyone there, including women and children. This is what you are to do, they said. Completely destroy all of the males and every woman who is not a virgin. Sound familiar? Among the residents of Jabesh Gilead, they found 400 young virgins who had never slept with a man. What young virgins here, literally, that means, very, very early teen, perhaps some even preteen young girls, children. And they brought them, it says, to the camp at Shiloh in the land of Canaan. The Israelite assembly sent a peace delegation to the little remnant of Benjamin who were living at the rock of Rimmon. Then the men of Benjamin returned to their homes, and the 400 women of Jabesh Gilead who were spared were given to them as wives. Don't forget, these are mostly young children, virgin children. And they were given to them for what reason? To be their wives, whether they liked it or not. This was what you could call at the time legalized rape. It went on to say, but there were not enough women for all of the Benjamites. The people felt sorry for Benjamin because the Lord had left this gap in the tribes of Israel. Oh, they didn't have enough women for them to take home and rape. So the Israelite leaders asked, how can we find wives for for the few who remain, since all the women of the tribe of Benjamin were dead. There must be heirs for the survivors, so that the entire tribe of Israel will not be lost forever. But we cannot give them our own daughters in marriage, because we have sworn with a solemn oath that anyone who does this will fall under God's curse. Oh, so it's okay to do it with their wives or their children, but not ours, you see. That's the message here. Then they thought of the annual festival of the Lord held in Shiloh between Lebna and Bethel, along with the east side of the road that goes from Bethel to Shechem. In other words, there was a dance festival coming up. They told the men of Benjamin, who still needed wives, "Go and hide in the vineyards, and when the women of Shiloh come out for their dances, rush out from the vineyards, and each of you can take one of them home to be your wife." Can you imagine this? This is in the holy book called the Bible. Go to the dance festival and hide in some bushes, and when the young virgin dance girls come out to perform, jump out of the bushes, grab them, abduct them, and take them home to be your wife forcefully. It doesn't matter how much they scream in protest. Grab them,
Throw a muzzle over them to shut them up,
and drag them home by the hair if you have to. Tie them up, and they can be your wife. You can have your freaking way with them to your heart's content.
This is the Lord's will. Amen?
Again, I have to marvel, man. If you're a Bible dupe listening, and I highly doubt any Bible dupes would listen to this, they couldn't handle the truth. But if by chance there's even one out there listening, are you going to tell me that you're going to defend this book now? That you're going to condemn the Quran for a lot of the garbage in there that you don't like, and yet you're going to turn around and warmly embrace this book? Are you sick in the head? You'd have to be to defend this book at this point. If you've been listening, especially to my last, half a dozen videos, and the next half a dozen or so to follow, because I'm really getting into the real meat of this thing now, exposing this Yahweh filthy monster for what it is. Anyway, the passage goes on. And when their fathers and brothers come to us in protest, we will tell them, "Please be understanding." When the fathers and brothers of these abducted women come to us in protest, that their sisters or cousins or whatever got abducted, just tell them, "Oh, please be understanding. We need a wife. We got to have someone to rape here so we can have a good time." Further tell them, "Let them have your daughters, for we didn't find enough wives for them when we destroyed Jabesh Gilead." And so the fathers, brothers, whatever, of these abducted women are supposed to say, "Oh, why didn't you say so? Ordinarily, I'd be outraged and want to put a spear through your head for raping my daughter or my sister. But now that you explained it that way, you just need a wife. You need someone who can be your permanent sex slave. I understand now.
I'm kind of ashamed of myself for even getting mad at you. Sorry about that. Sorry, Yahweh up in the heavens. I hope you're not mad at me for getting mad."
Freaking outrageous, man. But we're not done. The passage goes on to say, "You are not guilty of breaking the vow, since you did not give your daughters in marriage to them."
In other words, you're exonerated. Don't worry. God's not going to hold you responsible. He's not going to do anything to you. Just let us have your daughters and shut up and go away and leave us alone. Besides, I'm having some fun here. Can't you tell? You're interrupting my rape session.
The passage finishes off by saying, "So the men of Benjamin did as they were told. They kidnapped the women." It actually uses the word kidnap. That's what it is. They kidnapped the women who took part in the celebration and carried them off to the land of their own inheritance, the land of Benjamin. They kidnapped them so they could take them home against their will and perpetually rape them for the rest of their lives. Amen. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. This is the kind of trash you get from a book that Bible dupes try to sell as the solution to men's problems, the answer to all man's questions, the ultimate manual of moral discipline, Take your book and shove it you know where. Young virgins, let me remind you, back then meant very young girls, probably between the ages of 9 and 12. And you, Bible dupes, want to talk about Muhammad with his 1 9-year-old wife? I'm not justifying that. That's horrific. But look what this book endorses. Thousands and thousands of 9, 10, 11, and 12-year-old girls to be forcefully abducted and then brought home to be perpetually raped. How is your book, Bible dupes, an improvement over the Quran, pray tell? These children were kidnapped to be forced into sex slavery, forced into marriage, and all with Yahweh's blessing. Think about that, Bible dupes. This next example, scriptural example, depicts a similar scenario playing out, only in this case, Moses personally approved of keeping virgins as forced sex slaves, or, quote, wives. What we just read from was after the time of Moses. So we're jumping back now and seeing that Moses also personally approved of this behavior, and thus Yahweh. This comes from Numbers 31, verses 7 to 18. It says, they attacked Midian just as the Lord had commanded. The Israelites, had attacked Midian just as the Lord had commanded Moses. And they killed all of the men. Understand that everything that Moses did with this Israelite army, assuming the story is even true, but let's assume it is, right? For the sake of argument, Bible believers believe it's true, so let's let them have it. Okay, this is totally true. This actually happened. You would be better off, Bible dupes, if you said, oh, no, that didn't actually happen. That story was just made up, and it wound up in the Bible somehow by accident. Well, that's still not a good scenario, is it? Because now your incompetent deity allowed filth like this to be put into that book and give him a bad name. How competent of a God do you have that would allow that? But nevertheless, most Bible believers accept these stories as true, so your God's a monster now, isn't he? He's not just an incompetent schmuck that somehow allowed stuff like this to get in his book. No, he actually did command these things, if you accept these stories as true, right? So everything that played out here is according to Yahweh's will. It was done according to Yahweh's command. The very fact that it says that Yahweh told him to go in and overtake this city, right? Overtake this Midianite settlement, means that he knew in advance everything was going to happen. So he commanded it knowing all of this was going to happen. Even if he didn't command what we're going to see in a minute, the pedophilia, right? The raping of little girls. Even if he didn't command that, it doesn't matter. He commanded them to go in and take over this Midianite encampment. And so he knew in advance that little girls were going to be raped. And yet he still commanded them. Do you understand? Do you understand how your God has no excuse here? You can't exonerate him. You can't say this wasn't his will. He didn't play a role in this. He played the role. Your God's supposed to know the future before it happens. And since he knew in advance that little girls were going to be raped as a result of his command to go in and take over the Midianites, then he approved of it. End of story. You cannot possibly argue your way out of it, Bible dupes. Your God is a pedophile, as well as a mass murderer and a psychopath and everything else that goes with it. Anyway, passage goes on to say, all 5 of the Midianite kings, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, died in the battle. They also killed Balaam, son of Beor, with the sword. And now listen to this. Then the Israelite army captured the Midianite women and children, and seized their cattle and flocks and all of their wealth as plunder. Children as plunder. It referred to everything they just took as plunder or booty. Children were a part of that plunder or booty to do with whatever their little hearts so desired. They burned all the towns and villages where the Midianites had lived. After they had gathered the plunder and their captives, both people and animals, they brought them all to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and to the whole community of Israel, which was camped on the plains of Moab beside the Jordan River, across from Jericho. Moses, Eleazar the priest, and all of the leaders went to meet them outside the camp. But Moses was furious with all of the military commanders who had returned from the battle. Why have you let all the women live? He demanded. Can you imagine this? He wasn't furious that they killed a bunch of people unnecessarily. He was mad that they didn't kill enough. Why have you let all the women live? These are the very ones who followed Balaam's advice and caused the people of Israel to rebel against the Lord at Mount Peor. They are the ones who caused the plague to strike the Lord's people. Imagine that. Yahweh struck his own people with a plague because of what these women did. And so Moses is mad now that, all of the women were allowed to live. Now, kill all the boys. It was supposed to be the women's fault, but he's saying kill all the boys. And these are young boys too, by the way. These are children. Kill all the boys and all the women who have slept with a man. Notice, he didn't say all the women that we can find out who were behind the idolatry that they were, tempting the Israelites with. No, he decided that what would be determined as to who was guilty or not was whether they were virgins or not. If they're non-virgins, kill them. That means they're guilty. Can you imagine? Again, we just saw this a few moments ago in another passage, right? Here it is again. Kill all of the non-virgin women, and somehow, presto, those are the ones responsible for the apostasy. Kill all the boys and all of the women who have slept with a man. Only the young girls who are virgins may live. You may keep them for yourselves. Oh, now there's a real nice blank check for you right there. Look at that. Kill all of the young virgin girls, preteens and early teens. You may keep them for yourselves. No limitations listed here as to what they could be kept for, but it wouldn't really matter anyway, right? Even if Moses delineated very stringent restrictions on them.
They can only be used for housekeeping purposes and to milk the cows.
Even then, it's forced child labor, isn't it? It's sick no matter how you look at this. But the fact that there were no requirements or restrictions on what could be done with this booty, it's very obvious that the door was wide open for them to sexually abuse them. But that would be called adopting them as new wives.
So, no, I didn't rape this girl. She's my wife. Oh, just ignore that screaming. Hey, Rabibna, put that rag back in that kid's mouth and shut her up, will you? Doesn't matter if the kid's screaming. She's actually so overjoyed to be here. That's why she's screaming. She's so happy.
Unfreaking believable, guys. And this is the book that is read by multiplied millions of Christians, just in this country alone, every single week in church. Oh, for that matter, they read it at home all the time too, don't they? Some of them constantly throughout the day. They love this book, and yet look at the garbage that's in it. This is beyond disgusting. I can't even think of a word that's adequate enough to describe how revolting this detestable, filthy piece of crap book this is. We got to invent new words. There's nothing descriptive enough. Exodus 21, verses 7 to 11. Here's another charming passage. This talks about fathers selling their own daughters into sex slavery. Listen to this. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she will not be freed at the end of 6 years as the men are. Imagine that. Yahweh required that if a Jew was sold into slavery, a Gentile could be a slave for life. You may own them as your property. They are your slaves for life. But a Jew who was sold could only be kept for 7 years, and at the end of 7 years, they had to be let go. But not women. Nope, it says it clearly right here. They're not to be let go, or they don't have to be let go. You can keep them forever as your sex slaves. The men have to be let go. So Yahweh not only favored Israelites above everyone else, but he favored Israelite men above everyone else. Women included. Israelite women could be slaves for life, just like a non-Israelite woman. So women had no value at all, Jewish or otherwise, Israelite or otherwise. No value. None. No rights. No legal recourse. Nothing. It goes on to say, if she does not please the man who bought her, he may allow her to be bought back again if she doesn't please him. Well, guess what that means? But he is not allowed to sell her to foreigners, since he is the one who broke the contract with her. And if the slave girl's owner arranges for her to marry his son, he may no longer treat her as a slave girl, but he must treat her as his daughter. You know, amongst the other filth that you can glean from this, look at here how Yahweh totally endorses slavery and mistreatment of slaves. Yahweh's totally sanctioning mistreating. If your slave girl now marries your son, you can't treat her as a slave anymore. You got to treat her as your daughter. This is the God who says he doesn't play favorites, right? And yet here he is sanctioning mistreatment of others,
the lower caste of society.
You can treat them harshly,
but if one of them marries your daughter, oh, well, you got to be nice to her now.
This is outrageous, folks. And you're not going to get away with saying, Bible dupes, that,
well, things were different back then, so God was just working with people where they were at.
Are you freaking kidding me? This God dictated whether or not you could wear cotton and linen together at the same time. You know, what kind of food you could and couldn't eat, what was clean and unclean. He went into meticulous detail, arbitrarily commanding them to do the most outrageous crap, and yet somehow it slipped his mind to mention that you should treat all people equally and love all people and not treat some bad and some good. Your excuses have worn out. They are just as intolerable as this book of crap. So either admit that you've been duped and your book has betrayed you, it's not what you thought it was, and that it is in fact a collection of immoral, degrading filth, or stay the hell away from me. Because if you continue to embrace this book after what you've heard, you are part of the problem. You are just as evil, just as psychopathic as the God that you love so much. Take your God, your holy book, your religion, and all that goes with it, and go straight to hell. Because, you know, if there is such a place, that's where you're going. It's not us who reject your God that are going there. That's where you're going, because your God is the God of hell. Anyway, this book goes on. This passage goes on to say, if he himself marries her and then takes another wife, there's your polygamy for you, right? If he takes another wife, he may not reduce her food or clothing, or fail to sleep with her as his wife. So here, Yahweh's endorsing polygamy, right? Something that the Bible's supposed to be against. Here's Yahweh, once again, changing, even though he says he doesn't change. I am the Lord, I change not. Oh, really? Here now he's embracing something that is later condemned in the Bible. Oh, your God changes constantly. He's the greatest of flip-floppers the world's ever known. The passage ends off by saying, if he fails in any of these three ways, she may leave as a free woman without making any payment. So, in other words, he's to continue raping her, and as long as he's satisfied, she's to put up with it. And but if he stops raping her, he's not pleased with her anymore, doesn't like having sex with her, she's free to go. I'm surprised that's even in there, because usually it's rape her all you want. But do notice how you have endorsement here again of slavery, sex slavery, even of young children, and all women, Gentile and Israelite alike. All women were the property of the men who bought them, and they had no rights, no say. The man had the say. He could keep that woman as long as he wanted, even if the woman didn't like the man and didn't like the fact that he was raping them. It didn't matter, as long as he enjoyed it. If he ceased to enjoy it for some reason, the woman got too overweight and he wasn't interested in her anymore and wanted to kick her to the curb, he was free to do so, and she could go. But as long as he was happy with her, she had no say. She was to smile, put up with it, and, let him have his way with her all he wanted. How absolutely disgusting. Despicable. Our next example finds Moses giving instructions about how all captured women, including children, in time of war, were to be forced into sex slavery. Deuteronomy 20, verses 10 to 14 says, as you approach a town to attack it, first offer its people terms for peace. If they accept your terms and open the gates, all the people inside will serve you in forced labor. But if they refuse to make peace and prepare to fight, you must attack the town. Look at this. Look at the options here. If they agree to not fight and have peace,
You can go in and have your way with them. Do whatever you want. If not, well, go to war with them and have your way anyway.
can you imagine? This is what Yahweh is saying. Either way, they're going to have their way with them, either by force or by consent. You either agree to let us come in and rape your women, or we're going to come in and kill all of you men and rape your women anyway. So, I mean, what option did they have, right? You would have to fight in such a circumstance. When the Lord your God hands this town over to you, kill every man in the town, but you may keep for yourselves all the women, children, livestock, and other plunder. You may enjoy the spoils of your enemies that the Lord your God has given you. Did you catch that? Did you catch that? You may keep all of them for yourself. After you kill the men, you may keep all of the women, children, livestock, and other spoil. And you may enjoy the spoils of your enemies that the Lord has given to you. You may enjoy all of the women and the children that the Lord has given you. You may enjoy all the women and children the Lord has given you. Should I repeat that one more time? You may enjoy all of the women and children the Lord has given you. Please remember, this is the same psychopathic deity that commanded the mass murder of little children, rip up the wombs of pregnant women, beat your child senseless, blah, blah, blah. You may eat the flesh of your sons and your daughters. This is the same God speaking here. So should we be shocked and appalled to discover that he was implying pedophilia here? Of course he was. Of course he was. Keep for yourselves all of the women and children. You may enjoy your booty that the Lord has given you, the spoils. Is Yahweh not a most despicable, demonic deity? Is he not a pedophile? No wonder the Talmud says things like this. Sanhedrin 55b tells us that a Jew may marry a 3-year-old girl, specifically 3 years and a day. Sanhedrin 54b says that a Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Kethuboth 11b says that when a grown man has intercourse with a little girl under 3, it is nothing.
Because she's only 3, it's no big deal.
Sanhedrin 54b and 55a says that if a man commits sodomy with a boy less than 9 years old, they are not guilty of sodomy. Sanhedrin 69b says that a man who has sexual intercourse with a boy less than 8 does not commit fornication. Bible dupes will, upon finding out that things like that are in the Talmud, they'll say,
Oh, yeah, that Talmud is evil. It's evil because they're not following God.
Oh, the Talmud is evil because it is following that God. We've just seen from the pages of the Old Testament that God is all for taking young children as booty for the pleasure of his people who took them as their booty. Your God is all for what we just read in the Talmud. Talmud is just echoing what was taught to them from the Old Testament long before. How do you like them apples, Bible dupes? Well, I know I haven't reached the hour mark yet, but I'm about to enter another dimension of this discussion, another whole different ball game here. And so I don't want to get, just 15, 20 minutes into this and then stop with a cliffhanger. Although this is going to be a cliffhanger itself. But nevertheless, I don't want to enter into a new topic toward the end of a video. I want to start it fresh with the next one. This next topic, brace yourselves, fasten your seatbelts. This next segment of our discussion is just absolutely jaw-dropping. We're going to look at the Jesus character in the light of the pedophilia theme in the Bible. Oh yeah, it's there too. It certainly is. All right, guys, that concludes part 3 of this discussion. We'll catch you in the next video. Take care. All right, everybody, welcome to part, where are we? Part 4 of pedophilia in the Bible. And as I mentioned in the last video, we're now going to look at the Jesus character in this context. First, we're going to start off with looking at his record regarding child abuse. Was Jesus, just like his dada Yahweh, also in favor of child abuse? You ask that to the average Bible dupe, and naturally they're going to deny it. They're going to say, if you even imply that Jesus was in favor of child abuse, you're a blasphemer. Well, we've already seen that the God of the Bible, Yahweh, is a blasphemer. So since Jesus is supposed to be the embodiment of his daddy, the spitting image of his daddy, of course it would follow that he would be in favor of that as well. And the Bible doesn't disappoint us. It's totally consistent in that area. Christians, of course, believe, most of them, that Jesus is God himself. So if the God of the Old Testament was in favor of child abuse, then everything applied to the God of the Old Testament applies to Jesus too, since he's supposed to be the third person of the Godhead. Sorry, Bible dupes, that's another thing they've really screwed your head around with. There's no such thing as the first person, second person, and third person of the Godhead. Those are terms that your cult made up over the centuries. It's not found anywhere in the Bible. The Bible does not mention first, second, or third person regarding the so-called Trinity or Godhead at all. As a matter of fact, Paul says, assuming he wrote the book of Hebrews, that Christ is the spitting image of God's person. One singular word applied to God. God is a person, according to the book of Hebrews, not persons. If Christ is the express image of God's person, then he is not God himself. He certainly is not the third person of the Godhead, because God, according to the book of Hebrews, is comprised of only one person, and that is not Christ. It is someone other than Christ, who Christ is supposed to be the spitting image of. Sorry, Trinitarians, you are dead wrong once again. Christianity is dead wrong on a hell of a lot of things, aren't they? They're dead wrong simply for believing in this book of nonsense. But once again, I marvel that they claim to believe in and follow the book, and yet one of the clearest teachings in that book is the identification of who God is supposed to be. Yahweh, the Father, one single individual person. And the bulk of Christianity can't even get that right. Unfreaking believable. They believe things that aren't in that book, and they disbelieve things that are in there. But again, it doesn't matter, because even on the occasions when they get things right and actually believe things that are in there, the book's full of crap anyway, so what does it matter? But you just got to marvel with jaw-dropping amazement at the slop that is sold to them, that they suck up, they lap it up like little puppy dogs, and yet a great deal of what they believe and hold dear isn't even in that frickin' book to begin with. And like I said, they disbelieve a lot of things that are in there. Wow, what a mess. You couldn't conceive of a religion more screwed up, more contradictory, more overflowing with inconsistencies than this detestable nonsense called Christianity. And, you know, Judaism, Islam, all three of them grew out of that book. They're all full of crap. Every single one of them. How could they not be when they're based on this slop? Anyway. Sorry for digressing there. I just can't resist slamming the Trinity when I get the opportunity. That was my focal point back in my theology major days. That's what got me fired, because I wasn't kissing up and going along with something that I found out to be an absolute lie. And oh boy, did they rake me over the coals on that one. What a scam, man. I'll have to relay that story sometime on this channel. I don't think I've done that yet. I've talked about it in the past when I used to do radio, but probably a good many of you who are my former listeners have already heard that story. But for the sake of any new ones to this channel that haven't heard my previous broadcasts, I'll have to go into that sometime. You wouldn't believe the sleazy tactics that those scoundrels pulled on me, and how they tried to buy me off, dangling a carrot in front of me to bribe me to shut my mouth and play the little game with them. What a bunch of scumbags. That stuff you expect from, you know, a political institution, right? Or, you know, from the media or the education system. You know, you play ball by our rules and get the hell out. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. You got to do what you're told, or you're not going to have your job anymore. You expect that from secular institutions, right? But in the religious context, at least how I once viewed it, I thought that avenue of society should, you know, was going to be devoid of that kind of stuff. Again, you expect it in secular institutions, but not in godly institutions. Well, I found out the hard way that you actually get even more of that kind of filthy, sleazy game playing in religious context. You do. As sleazy as the political world is, and oh boy, is it sleazy. But I'll tell you, religious institutions lie even more. And after all, they've been around a lot longer than political institutions. They get a lot more experience at it. So we would expect them to be more proficient in that area, right? We would expect them to be bigger liars telling more lies. And oh boy, do they ever. Do they ever. Anyway, so let's begin our little examination of Jesus here and his affiliation with Daddy's viewpoint on child rights. Let's see that he doesn't fare any better than Daddy Yahweh. We're going to start with Revelation chapter 2, verses 20 to 23. It says, this is supposed to be Jesus himself talking here, by the way. Nevertheless, I have this against you. You tolerate that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophet. Jesus here is rebuking one of the, the seven churches. Revelation chapter 2 and 3 is a collection of letters that Christ was supposedly writing to the seven major churches of the first century. Supposed to be writing them a love letter from heaven, and he inspired John to pen these words directly from him. Yeah, whatever. So here he's rebuking one of these churches for tolerating this character, Jezebel. Jezebel is, a person from the Old Testament, and an evil woman, a harlotess woman. And so Christ is applying that name Jezebel to this particular church, this fallen church, this rebellious, corrupt church. Well, aren't they all corrupt? But nevertheless, this particular one, Jesus is condemning because it wasn't kissing up to him, it was straying away from the faith. So he considered this church to be a harlot, and thus he likened it to ancient Jezebel, the character from the Old Testament, who was a harlot. You see my point? In the Bible, when you're unfaithful to the great Yahweh, you're considered a whore or a harlot. And so that's the imagery here. Later on, in the book of Revelation, chapter 18, another harlot is referred to, decked in purple and scarlet, and she sits on the city of 7 hills. I'll do a video, probably a series of videos on that sometime. The symbology there is very interesting because it's talking about another false church that was to come later, who resided in the city of 7 hills. What is the city of 7 hills? Rome. So I don't think I have to tell you what that's referring to. You know, what big church, very phenomenally corrupt big church, resides in the city of 7 hills? I don't think I need to spell that out for you. But it's pretty ironic because even though the Bible is condemning that system as corrupt, and it is corrupt, right? But what the Bible is offering you is no freaking different, is it now? And yet Christians read that and they'll say,
Oh yeah, I know that church over there. That's really corrupt. I'm so glad I belong to this church, the true church, the pure church.
Most Christians will say that about their church, regardless which one it is. You know, there's thousands of them in this country alone. And pretty much each one of them claims to be the right one, right? They're all full of crap. So you got to love that the Bible will condemn, you know, this, that, or the other particular religious system. And yet what it's offering you, again, is no freaking better. Scrap the whole flippin' mess. But Bible dupes, you know, they'll never come to realize that, unfortunately, for the most part. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. They'll have no problem pointing a condemning finger at all the other churches,
but not mine. Mine's the true one.
Seventh-day Adventists are really good at that. They love playing that game. They love pointing out the flaws in all the other churches. And thus, the implication is that, you know, we're the true one. All churches do that to some degree, pretty much. Most of them. But not like Adventism. Adventism goes so far as to say that they're all fallen daughters of this harlot of Babylon. Well, sorry, Adventists, so are you. Especially because you have adopted the Trinity doctrine, which you didn't even believe in originally. But of course, you also have another problem with your little cult leader, founder, little Ellen White, the plagiarist, who claimed to be a prophetess. Anyway, I'm really going off on a tangent here. So let's read this passage. I already started, but let me go back to the beginning again since I rambled and went off the track here. Nevertheless, says Jesus, I have this against you. You tolerate that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophet. By her teaching, she misleads my servants into sexual immorality and the eating of blood sacrificed to idols. Isn't that interesting? Christ here is condemning sexual immorality, and yet, of course, when you read the Old Testament, it's overflowing with sexual immorality, right? But it's not sexual immorality that was sanctioned by Yahweh, so that's what makes it evil. Sexual immorality is okay as long as Yahweh commands it, and then suddenly, what ordinarily would be labeled immoral, suddenly now it becomes moral because Yahweh ordained it. Like, you know, take those young virgin children who have not slept with a man and take them as your booty. They will be for your pleasure. You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, Jesus here is also condemning the practice of eating of food sacrificed to idols. I simply have to stop here because some of you might recall earlier on in this channel when I talked about Paul addressing this issue of eating meat from animals sacrificed to idols. And Paul said, it's no big deal. If it doesn't offend anyone, go ahead and do it. But if it does offend someone that you're having dinner with, don't do it in front of them. Do it when they're not around. In other words, it doesn't matter. Flip a coin. If it doesn't violate your conscience, go for it. If it does, don't do it. But there's nothing immoral about it. And yet Jesus here in the book of Revelation is saying that it's an abomination and that he cannot tolerate individuals within Christianity who were, in fact, eating meat sacrificed from animals sacrificed to idols. You gotta love it.
And yet, Bible Dukes, your book is so consistent, isn't it? Why, it's infallible, right? Yes. Totally devoid of errors and contradictions.
There's a massive one right there staring you in the face. Anyway, let me continue. Oh, it gets better. Jesus goes on to say, I have given her, this Jezebel fallen church, I have given her time to repent of her immorality, but she is unwilling to do so. So I will cast her on a bed of suffering. Isn't that nice? Gee, like father, like son, right? Jesus does take after Dada. Every time Dada got upset in the Old Testament, what did he do? He fried their fannies, right? The Israelites suffered plagues, and the earth would open up and swallow them. Famines, and fire would come down from heaven. You name it. He would throw a temper tantrum, and hell, one time he flooded the whole earth, we're told, right? Wiped out almost the entire population because he had a bad day. And so everybody had to pay for it. So here we have Jesus using the same language. I will cast her on a bed of suffering, and I will make those who commit adultery with her suffer intensely. So Jesus isn't going to just inflict suffering here, but he said he's going to inflict intense suffering. Oh, well, isn't that just dandy? 3 cheers for the great Jesus, everyone. Isn't it quite obvious just how loving he actually is? Just like his daddy, right? Intensely, he says, unless they repent of her ways. So repent, turn around and start kissing my hindparts, or else I'm going to inflict intense suffering. And then he goes on to say this: I will strike her children dead. Yes. You don't believe me? You think I'm adding words in here? Go look it up for yourself. Revelation 2, verses 20 to 23. Read the entire passage. Get the full context so you see I'm not making it say something it's not saying. Jesus said it. Get a red letter edition Bible so you can see that these are words of Christ here speaking. I will strike her children dead. It doesn't matter that her children had nothing to do with her sinful ways. I'm going to strike them dead because of what she has done, this fallen harlotess church, right? I'm going to strike her children dead, just like Daddy Yahweh in the Old Testament. Jesus learned very well at his daddy's knee, didn't he? Then all the churches will know, said Jesus, that I am he who searches hearts and minds.
After I strike her children dead, then everyone's gonna know not to mess with me, that I search the hearts and minds. I know it all, and I'm watching you, and I'm waiting for that moment when you slip up, when you do anything that arouses my wrath, and I'll get you, and I'll get your kids too.
This is the great loving Jesus talking here. Does this not sound familiar? Isn't this exactly like Mr. Psychopath Yahweh in the Old Testament? Oh, you'd better believe it is. This is exactly like him. Again, like father, like son. Oh, the rotten fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree, does it? He ends off by saying, and I will repay each of you according to your deeds.
And, of course, your children according to your deeds as well. Why, I'm gonna kill them.
I will strike her children dead, he says. So does Jesus have any more regard for children than his dada? No. No, he doesn't. Now, I know what you're thinking, Bible dupes out there.
Oh, but Jesus said over here.
Don't worry. We will get to that. I know the passage you're talking about. And guess what? It does not say what you think it does. There's a passage where it looks like Jesus is defending innocent children, and he's all for protecting them and their rights, and heaven help those who harm a child. Oh, hold your horses. We're going to get to that. But let's first look at some more inspiring passages like this one, shall we? Let's have a look here at Matthew 15, verses 3 to 6. Jesus replied, "And why do you break the command of God for the sake of your tradition?" He's denouncing the scribes and Pharisees of his day, the Jewish leaders in the temple. And he's saying, why do you transgress the commandment of God because of your tradition? In other words, you're not following
The sacred writings of Moses.
yeah, like they're sacred. But, you're not following those sacred writings. You're following your own traditions in place of what Moses wrote. This is what Christ is condemning. And Christians today are right in there with Christ.
Oh, yeah, you let them have it, Jesus. Those evil Pharisees, they weren't following the teachings of Moses.
Well, you shouldn't be following the teachings of Moses either. Moses was evil. And since Christ endorsed the teachings of Moses, well, he's evil too. How does that grab you, Bible dupes? Moses was evil. Moses was pure evil. Absolutely. If you've been listening to this channel long enough, you've got to know that by now. If you think there's anything redeemable about that character, start from video number 1, baby. And you'll get quite an education. Moses was a scumbag. But that's okay, because so was Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Daniel, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, David, particularly David. You can go through the whole list. I exposed every single one of them. But, let me play it fair. I'm not just attacking the Old Testament. Let's come to the New. Paul was a raging, filthy pig. Paul was a scumbag, absolute freaking scumbag. I mean, so was Peter, James, John, et al. But Paul takes the cake, baby. He was worse than all of them combined. He was, oh my God. Go back, guys. I got a whole series on the scoundrel Paul. Geez, I forget how many videos. There's got to be at least a dozen, probably 2 dozen. I forget now. Quite a few videos there, though, pulling him apart. What a scum. And to think, I used to quote from that guy all the time.
Oh, I had the most profound respect for the great Paul.
Yes. And you know why? Because I was doing the same thing that Bible dupes always do. I read Paul's writings, or the entire Bible for that matter, with freaking tunnel vision. I only focused on the passages that I liked, that made me feel rosy and cozy and toasty inside. And I ignored the rest. No, I wasn't doing it on purpose, but that is what I was doing. And that's what Bible believers always do. That's the only way that they can continue to believe in that book. You put those dark passages aside because you think that that's just deep stuff that I don't understand right now because I'm not enough of an avid scholar. But as time went on, and I did in fact become a more and more avid scholar, I became more and more acquainted to the point where I didn't even ask my minister or even my theologians for their opinions on things anymore. I started drawing my own because I realized the answers they gave me were pablum anyway. And then so I finally realized, you know what? Nobody has answers to these questions. There aren't any answers. The book says what it says and it means what it means. This is crap. Took me a long time to get to that point, but I finally did. I finally realized, just like with any other subject, if you want to really understand anything in this world, screw the experts. Because most of the time, they're either liars or they're ignoramuses with a bunch of plaques on their wall. Big frickin' deal. Well, plaques don't mean anything. But unfortunately, most people fall for that,
Well, let's ask the experts. Let's get the expert opinion.
Those are the last people to ask. Do your own thinking. You don't need to take 4, 8, 12 frickin' years, to get a PhD to do it either. Very often, you can see how the so-called experts are lying, how they're taking you for a ride in a fairly short time, once you familiarize yourself with just some of the basic fundamentals, But anyways, I'm off on a tangent here. Once again, coming back to this Matthew 15 passage, Jesus replied, again, to the scribes and Pharisees, "Why do you break the commandments of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, 'Honor your father and mother,' and anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death." There's more to this passage, but let me stop right there. Do you see what Jesus is saying here? He was condemning the scribes and Pharisees for not following the books of Moses. Again, Bible believers would chime right in there with Jesus and say, "That's right, you get them, Jesus. Those evil scribes and Pharisees, they weren't following the sacred word of God." But what was it specifically that Christ was condemning them for right here in this passage? He was condemning them because they weren't following the law of Moses. Well, it was really Yahweh's law that he gave Moses. But anyways, they weren't following the law of stoning, which calls for putting to death, stoning to death, children that were disrespectful to their parents. He who curses their father or mother is to be put to death. Christ is condemning the scribes and Pharisees because they weren't following that. They weren't putting to death rebellious children who cursed their mother or father. So was Jesus a child rights advocate? No. Jesus was all for observing the Mosaic law, which called for the death sentence of children who cursed their mother or father. And he was condemning the Pharisees because they weren't following that law. Christ went on to say, "But you say that if anyone declares that what might have been used to help their father or mother is devoted to God, they are to honor their father or mother with it. Thus, you nullify the word of God for the sake of your tradition." He's just, again, elaborating on their belief system, their practice, this tradition that they came up with to avoid enforcing this law of stoning rebellious children, right? They found a way to a legal loophole that, well, they kind of created the loophole, but nevertheless, this is what they were teaching. "Oh, well, we don't practice stoning anymore." I don't blame them, actually. They saw how hideous it was. They realized that, it wasn't a good law. And so they weren't practicing it anymore. But Christ was saying, "Oh, no. You need to go back to the good old days when we were following Moses to the T. You need to go back and reinforce this law and stone children that curse their mother and father." He was condemning them for not stoning children. It doesn't get clearer than this. Read the passage. See for yourself. Matthew 15, verses 3 to 6. So already, can you not see that when Bible dupes quote this other passage I'm going to get to in a moment to try to make it look like Christ was a child rights advocate, out the window goes that interpretation. And we'll see why that interpretation is garbage right from that passage itself. But already, without even looking at that, can't you already see he's not a child rights advocate when he's condemning the Pharisees for not killing kids, not stoning them to death, as Moses said, when they cursed their parents? Christ was all for it. So was he, again, is he a child rights advocate? Hell no. He was right in league with Daddy Yahweh. Christ was all for killing children. End of story. He's a wretch just like Dada. This is so disgusting. So, just like I did with the Old Testament, right? Before I went into pedophilic passages, I first showed that Yahweh had no regard for children across the board, right? Well, we're doing that with Christ now. Before we get into the pedophilic stuff, you first need to realize that he didn't have any regard for children. He didn't give a damn about them.
Kill them! Kill them if they curse their parents. And you scribes and Pharisees, you're evil for not killing these kids. You should be doing it. That's what God commanded through Moses.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, the gentle, lamb-like Jesus.
He's a wolf with lamb-like clothing, yeah. But underneath, oh, he's no lamb at all.
Here's another real classic family values
passage from Jesus, particularly regarding children and how not only did he have no love for them, especially, the rebellious children, but he was encouraging human parents. Not only did his daddy in the sky not have any regard for children, especially when they're rebellious, but now he's encouraging human parents to also have no regard, to literally hate their kids if they're rebellious. Look what he said in Luke 14, verse 26. If anyone comes after me, in other words, if anyone wants to follow me and become a Christian, and does not hate his father and mother, his wife and children, his brothers and sisters, yea, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. How do you like them apples, Bible dupes? Jesus clearly said here that if you want to be his disciple, I don't know why the hell you would want that, but nevertheless, if you want to be this a disciple of this great Jesus character, you must, absolutely must, hate your father and mother, your wife, your children, and even your own life. Your sisters, your brothers. Oh, there's real family value there, isn't there? Yeah, real family values. But look how he included children too. You got to hate your own children. What he meant by that was, if they don't go along with you becoming a Christian, becoming a disciple of Jesus, in fact, if they're resisting you doing that, you need to hate them. Hate them. You see how Bible dupes are selective in the passages that they like to read? They'll only focus on the ones where Jesus talked about love this one and that one. Love your enemies. Now, there's a real kicker for you. The same guy who said to love your enemies is telling you to hate your family. You gotta love it. And so what he really means is, you can love your family if they follow him too. But if they don't, and if they pose a problem for you following him, then you need to hate them. But in the meantime, love your enemies, because in doing that, maybe 1 out of 1,000 you can win over to follow Jesus too and become a dupe just like you are. But there you have it, guys. He's telling you to hate your family, your children included, and love your enemies. Love those who hate you and hate those who love you. All for the cause of the great Jesus, of course. You would have to be a complete buffoon to believe anything this loser says, and his dada, once you realize what they're really all about. Jesus does not love the sinner and hate the sin. He hates the sinner and the sin. In fact, he hates anyone who so much as looks at him funny. You don't even have to be an evil person. All you have to do is not accept him and his baloney and his book of nonsense. And in his eyes and in the eyes of most Christians, you're evil and you're going to hell. Just because you don't believe this book that is not worthy of your belief in the first place. Can you imagine that? So the Bible teaches that you can be a wretch your whole life, but as long as you say in your deathbed, well, gee, let's see now, yeah, I guess I was a pretty nasty person, but all I got to do is say the magic words, I believe in Jesus, and now I can live forever and ever in heaven. Great! Awesome! All right, Jesus, I accept you, and now you're going to go to heaven. And yet, at the same time, you could have been a decent person your whole life, helped out the poor, run a soup kitchen, and donated to worthy causes, helped families that their house burned down, they had no place to stay, you put them up for a few months until they can get back on their feet, whatever, blah, 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 blah. You can be a totally decent person, but if you didn't accept the nonsensical, unacceptable, unbelievable, contradictory, nonsensical BS book called the Bible, you're going to go to hell. Isn't that a wonderful, loving God? Rah, 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 3 cheers for Yahweh. Screw that religion, screw that God, and screw that holy book. A God is going to tell me I'm not going to go to his glory land if I don't lick his hind parts and believe his book of nonsense? Again, that's not worthy of my belief in the first place? Really? Really? And to get there, it doesn't matter how many people I've murdered. I'm still going to go if I just say, I believe. I believe. I believe what? Nonsense? Get the hell out of here, man. Seriously, get the hell out of here with your religious poppycock. Damn fools, suckers, ignoramuses. But to play it fair, I used to be one of them. Oh, I was a major sucker, yes, a major ignoramus for most of my life. I hope I live to at least 90 years old, just so I can say that the bulk of my life was spent outside of that book. Anyway, although the way this world is going, I'm not so sure I want to live to 90 years old. Let's look at another charming passage along this line. This is Luke 12:51-53. This is Christ speaking here again. He said, do you think that I came to bring peace on earth? No, I tell you, I have not come to bring peace, but division. In another gospel, a parallel to this, he actually says, I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. But anyways, in this particular passage, he's saying, I didn't come to bring peace, but division. And that's just as deadly of a statement as when he says, I came to bring a sword, right? Division? Divide people? Jesus, who Bible dupes think was a loving figure who came to unite people in love and harmony and peace, blah, 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 blah. By his own testimony, he did not come to do any such thing. Au contraire, he came to bring division. He did not come to bring peace. And yet he's called the Prince of Peace. Are you freaking kidding me? Do you see why I say Bible dupes are daft? They really are. I know it because I was one once. I was daft. I was stark raving frickin' mad. Thank heavens I got freed from the clutches of this nonsense. I marvel that I fell for it. Look at how absolutely outrageous the teachings of this book are. Old Testament and New. Yahweh and Jesus himself. Some Bible dupes think that the Old Testament is evil. I don't know how they can, reconcile that, because the New Testament is a direct outgrowth of the Old Testament. The Old Testament is the roots of the Christian tree, but nevertheless, there are Christians who will do that. They'll say, well, I can clearly see that the Old Testament is evil. That's why I just follow the New Testament. Your New Testament is just as vulgar when you start looking at it with a critical eye. That's all you got to do. Look at it with a critical eye. Something you should have done from day one, and if you had, you never would have fallen for it in the first place. Again, Jesus says, do you think I have come to bring peace on earth? No, I tell you, but division. From now on, there will be 5 in one family divided against each other. Did Jesus come to unite families together in love? No. He came to divide them. 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. They will be divided. Father against son, and son against father. Mother against daughter, and daughter against mother. Mother-in-law against daughter-in-law, and daughter-in-law against mother-in-law. You gotta be freaking kidding me. Again, guys, Luke 51 to 53. Father against son and son against father. So again, he's not for child rights advocacy here, is he? He came to create division in families. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He wants families divided when they won't all pucker up to him. If they all pucker up,
Well, then that's fine. Yes, there'll be unity.
actually, there's not even unity there. I've seen enough Christian families all screwed up. In fact, I've seen more trouble within Christian homes than within non-Christian homes. That is a fact, by the way. Even Charisma Magazine, a very popular Christian publication, admits that within Christian homes, there's more cases of domestic violence, domestic abuse, unfaithfulness in marriages than non-Christian homes. Charisma even admits that. The religion is a joke, folks. It really is. It absolutely is. But what's so sad is most people, they just can't come to terms with that. They can't look at the thing skeptically to realize how they've been bamboozled because they're so freaking brainwashed and because they're afraid that if they ever admit that their God is in fact a scam, a monster,
they're gonna go to hell.
They're so filled with fear of hell that they can't think anymore. Their brains are fried. They're in neutral. Yeah,
This is your brain on the Bible.
We need a commercial like that with the frickin' brain frying like an egg. That's really what it does. You don't have to take drugs, man. Just read the Bible. It'll screw your brain up every bit as effectively as frickin' street drugs. Or pharmaceutical prescription drugs, for that matter. Anyway. But, so, we've seen that Jesus is totally in line with Daddy Yahweh, right? We've seen that he's all for physical abuse. He doesn't give a frog's fat fanny about child rights, as far as the ones that don't kiss up to him. If you kiss up to him,
Well, yes, he'll favor you.
he'll favor you and your children. But he's still going to send trials and tribulations your way, right?
Because we're supposed to suffer along with Jesus. Even though the Bible says that Jesus suffered for us, we still need to suffer.
Remember what Paul said? You have not yet consecrated your faith by the shedding of your blood. Remember that? It's in the book of frickin' Hebrews. Oh, man, is that a jaw dropper. But anyway, we've already seen that Jesus is totally in line with Daddy Yahweh in his disregard for children, right? Has no concern about child rights. Beat them, kill them, stone them to death. If they rebel against parents, if they don't accept him, he doesn't give a frog's fat fanny. But what about sexual abuse of children? Was Jesus also in favor of that, just like Daddy Yahweh? Oh, yes, absolutely. But guess what? I'm going to save that for the next video because it's going to take some time to go into it, even though I haven't reached the hour mark yet. This is a good breaking point. So we will delve into that in the next video. Oh, it's over, Christians. It's over for you, your religion, your great Jesus, your great Yahweh, your frickin' Bible nonsense. It's game over, baby. All right, folks. Thanks for joining me. Catch you in the next video. Take care. All right, everybody. Welcome to part 5 of Pedophilia in the Bible. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to finish this in this video. It might take 2 more, so I don't think this is going to be the last part, but who knows, especially if I ramble. But anyway, we're now going to be looking at specific examples, specific passages where Christ is in favor of sexual abuse of children. We've already seen that just like his daddy Yahweh, he didn't give a hoot about kids getting beaten, getting killed. He was yelling at the scribes and Pharisees for not upholding the Mosaic law, which called for the stoning of rebellious children that cursed their parents. He was not for child rights. End of story. He was not for child rights. And so, just like he was in line with his daddy Yahweh on that angle, Now we're going to see that he was also in line with Daddy Yahweh regarding sexual abuse of children. Let's first look at what Matthew 21, verses 15 and 16 has to say. But when the chief priests and the teachers of the law saw the wonderful things that he, Jesus, did, his miracles and whatnot, and saw all the children shouting in the temple courts, Hosanna to the Son of David. This is what the children were shouting to Christ, an anthem of praise. They were indignant. They didn't like that Christ was getting praised by these children, that he was attracting their attention and their homage. Do you hear what these children are saying? They asked him. Yes, replied Jesus. Have you never read, from the lips of children and infants, you, Lord, have called forth your praise? He's quoting here from an Old Testament passage back to them, and he's saying that he's the fulfillment of that now, that from the mouth of children, from the lips of children and infants, you, Lord, have called forth your praise. Well, that's just ridiculous, isn't it? Christ is claiming here that, well, not just what Christ is claiming, but what he's quoting from is making the claim that infants are one day going to sing the praises of the great Yahweh. How could infants ever sing the praises of anything except, when mommy comes to feed them their next meal, they get all excited over that. But how could they even be cognizant of a deity, let alone to sing the praises of a deity? It's absolutely ridiculous. Bible believers, of course, would argue that, John the Baptist leaped in his womb when Mary came to visit. Oh, knock it off. Yeah, your book does say that. It also talks about Balaam's talking donkey. You believe that too? Of course you do, because it's in your ridiculous, nonsensical, perfidiously, outrageously unbelievable book of contradictions and inconsistencies. So of course you're going to believe that. But for the rest of us that actually have intelligent thinking minds, we know it's BS. It is absolute garbage. No, infants cannot sing praises. So the fact that such a passage exists in the Old Testament, and even worse, the fact that the great Jesus comes along and quotes from it as though it's legitimate, doesn't say much for your great Jesus, does it? Anyway, Jesus was just a little too focused on children in this passage, wasn't he? And he quite obviously had them under some form of mind control, it would seem, that they're shouting Hosanna to the highest. He must have spent a considerable amount of time alone with these kids to indoctrinate them, to get them to think that he was the chosen one. Let's consider another related passage. This is Mark 9, 36 and 37. Don't forget, this is the same individual who showed no regard for children, right? Especially if they didn't, kiss his hind parts. As long as they kissed his hind parts, then he would take notice. Then they would have importance to him. But the passage we just read now clearly implies that he was in the child indoctrinating business. Let's look now at Mark 9, 36 and 37. He, Jesus, took a little child whom he placed among them. Taking the child in his arm, he said to them, whoever welcomes one of these little children in my name welcomes me. And whoever welcomes me does not welcome me, but the one who sent me. In other words, his dada, Yahweh. So, he's saying here, to welcome the little children. Jesus seemed to be heavily preoccupied with children. Please understand how unhealthy this situation is. Christ was supposedly living a celibate life, and yet we find him constantly focusing on children. Again, you bring this up to a Bible believer and,
me! Jesus would never do that!
Yeah, and that's what a great many people say about their ministers, their priests particularly, who have sworn an oath of celibacy. And we know what happens with that, don't we? When you swear an oath of celibacy, your natural sex drive becomes perverted. You either rape women in the confessionals, or you'll rape a child, or maybe both. Look what happens with men in prisons when they're forced into a celibate life, right? They can't have normal sexual relations, and thus, their roommate becomes the object of their lust, right? I mean, the sex drive has to have some means of release. There's nothing in the Bible, by the way, that calls for a minister to be celibate and to be wifeless. Peter was married. In fact, pretty much all of the apostles had wives. The only one who didn't is Paul, and that's where the Catholic Church gets this idea from, because Paul says it's better if you can remain unmarried so you can dedicate yourself totally to the Lord's work like me. He encouraged people, to be celibate, but he never said it was required. In fact, he said it's better to marry than to burn with lust. If you absolutely cannot control yourself, yeah, it's better to get married. But remember what Jesus said about that? Jesus said, he that is able to receive it, meaning to become a eunuch, he that is able to receive it for the kingdom of God's sake, let him do it. Jesus was all for becoming a eunuch for the kingdom of God's sake. Chop the whole package right off. Absolutely sick stuff. Gee, it's funny, I don't see any Christians doing that. You would think that priests particularly would want to do that, right? Since they're swearing this oath of celibacy, and a lot of them get tempted after they're celibate. You'd think they'd want to knock off their gonads, especially where Christ himself endorsed it. This book is so outrageous, man. It's so filled with garbage. But anyway, the fact that Christ was supposed to be celibate, and yet here he is focusing on children, just like, Catholic priests, well, not just Catholic priests, Eastern Orthodox and whatnot. They've all sworn the celibacy oath, and yet how many times do we see them involved in pedophilic activities, and the church has covered up for them over and over and over and over and over and over. Or you hear about them raping women in the confessional. Even nuns, on many, many occasions through the centuries, nuns have been raped by priests, So the fact that Christ was preoccupied with children here, taking them on his lap, When we see anyone else doing this, it sends up a red flag, right? But when the great Jesus does it, somehow there's just no problem. Just like Yahweh, he can command Moses and David and, Joshua and et al. To go into this, that, and the other city and kill everything that breathes, including young suckling infants, and somehow that's okay. But anybody else who calls for mass murder at all, let alone mass murder of children, they're evil, lock them up, But Yahweh can do it, and it's okay. Jesus can have children sit on his lap when he's supposed to be celibate, and that's not a problem either, right? Jesus can do anything. Jesus can say, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword and division. But that's okay, right? Jesus can get away with that, and he's still going to be called the Prince of Peace by his fan club. How sickening. Here's an even more troubling passage. This is Matthew 18, verses 2 to 6. He, Jesus, called a little child to him and placed the child among them, and he said, truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Jesus really liked little children, didn't he? You know why? Because they were easily manipulable. That's why. He could easily con them into doing whatever he wanted, and he wanted adults to be that way too. Therefore, he said, whoever takes the lowly position of this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever welcomes one such child in my name welcomes me. Again, the preoccupation with children and wanting his followers to become gullible like little children so they can be easily manipulated and do whatever he said. Once again, we see Christ calling a child to his side, and then he compels his followers, once again, to become just like them. Can you not see that he had a child fetish? He did, obviously. The only thing preventing people from seeing this for what it is the preconceived notion that Jesus is some kind of superhuman who is incapable of sin. He's beyond sin. Why, the Bible says that he never sinned, so therefore he never sinned. Oh, yeah, we can trust whatever the Bible says, right? The Bible's infallible, after all. Snap out of it. You are under mind control if you believe that slop. This book is not worthy of your belief. It has no credibility. Go back to the beginning of this channel and watch my first 110 or 15 or 20, whatever it is, videos where I rip the thing to shreds. I go through it page by page and show all of the massive, irreconcilable contradictions, inconsistencies, and outright lies in this book. It is not consistent with itself. It is not consistent with the historical record. It's not consistent with a sound and sober mind that has the capacity to reason for itself and to understand what real love and real morality is. This book is not a guidebook for love and morality. It is incredibly perverse, corrupt, and downright freaking evil. And I absolutely prove that in every video I put up on this channel dealing with the Bible. And I prove it right from the pages of the Bible itself, damn it. Once you see what a lie the whole Bible is, and how evil Yahweh is, and Yahweh Jr., what a fraud the whole thing is, the veil is lifted, and you can finally see what is actually going on within its pages in examples like this that we just read, calling children to his side, Mr. Celibacy. It's a child fetish. You might recall when I talked about homosexuality in the Bible, and how there's numerous references to the disciple whom Jesus loved. I talked about, Jesus being in the Garden of Gethsemane, and one of his disciples was naked alone with Christ in the garden. And when the people came to arrest him, he ran off and jumped into the water, for he was naked. He didn't want to be seen by the others with no clothes on, because he realized, well, he not only was ashamed of being naked himself, but he realized how scandalous it was that they were caught in the act. What the hell was he doing naked alone with Christ in the garden? Bible believers read that and they see no problem with it because they couldn't possibly fathom that something amiss was going on there. Get over it. Get past that. Look at this book for what it is, and you'll see exactly why. It's the only way to interpret it. The disciple whom Jesus loved, who was leaning against his breast. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I also talked about how the idea of becoming a eunuch was very popular among insurrectionists of the first century. You know, people who used religion as a cloak for their insurrectionist agenda by claiming to be the Messiah. Yeah, that. Jesus was only one of many who played that game. And yes, they practiced, becoming eunuchs. They chopped off their gonads. And it says they had orgies. Josephus talks about this. They had orgies. Even though they chopped off their gonads, they still engaged in all kinds of perverse sexual activities. And The fact that Jesus was in favor of chopping off the gonads, that should tell you something. It looks like he was one of them, doesn't it? Of course he was. Anyway, Christians would be quick to come to Jesus' defense at this point by quoting verse 10 of Matthew 18, where Jesus said, and here it is. This is the passage I was referring to in my last video. I said I was going to get to it. This is something that Christians will quote to try to make it look like Jesus was a child rights advocate. But we're going to see that that's actually not what's going on here. But before we even get to it, don't forget, we've already seen that Christ didn't give a frog's fat fanny about child rights when they didn't bow before him and lick his hind parts. And he didn't care about children who disrespected their parents. He felt that he didn't just feel that they should be dead. He was all in favor of killing them, having them stoned, and he was denouncing the Pharisees because they weren't supporting and practicing the law of Moses that called for the stoning of rebellious children, right? So Christ didn't give a rip about children. But now let's look at the passage that Bible dupes love to quote to give the appearance that Christ cared about children. And we're going to see that it doesn't even say that. And even if it did, what would it matter when we've already seen that he doesn't care about children unless they kiss his hind parts, right? You know, this would just be another example of the Bible contradicting itself. Schizophrenic book with a schizophrenic message. But it turns out that this passage doesn't even say what hopeful idiots who support this loser called Christ, it doesn't even say what they claim it does. Here it is, again, verse 10 of Matthew 18. If anyone causes one of these little ones, these little children, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Christ was saying here that anyone who dares harm one of these little children or causes them to stumble in any way, to sin, or whatever, it would be better for them if a weight was hung around their neck and they were, a millstone was hung around their neck and they were cast into the depths of the sea. So Bible believers would quote this to show that, see, Jesus does care about children. He says, if you ever harm one of them or lead them into sin, you're going to have a horrible fate one day. But they miss the key point in this passage. And here it is. Those who believe in me. If anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, blah, 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 blah. In other words, he didn't give a rip about the children who didn't believe in him. And how do we know that? Well, by inference, just looking at this passage, he only cared about the ones who believed in him. But we also know it because of what we read in the last video. Christ didn't care about rebellious children rebelling against their parents, children who cursed their parents. He not only didn't care about them, he wanted them stoned to death in conformance with the law of Moses, and condemned the scribes and Pharisees for not observing that law. I rest my case. So the one passage that you Bible believers like to quote to make it look like Christ was in fact a child rights advocate is nothing. Nothing at all. But again, do you see how they like to do that? They'll hinge everything on this one passage and ignore the other ones that say something entirely different. But it turns out that even this passage that they hinge their argument on says nothing in defense of this loser. All it does is reinforce the point I've been making. He only cared about children that kissed his hind parts. The rest could go straight to hell. The rest could be stoned to death. It really didn't matter to him. Just like Daddy Yahweh, he was all for mass murdering infants.
Rip up the wombs of the pregnant women.
I do need to point this out too, by the way. I've mentioned this in previous videos, but I got to mention it again. When it comes to those statements made by Yahweh in the Old Testament, those hideous statements, kill everything that breathes, including young suckling infants, the father shall eat the flesh of their sons, blah, 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 right? All of that sick and hideous stuff. According to New Testament theology, all of those statements made by Yahweh were supposed to have actually been made by Christ himself, the pre-incarnate Christ speaking from heaven on behalf of his Dada. It's the words of his Dada, but he was the one speaking them, relaying them to Moses, because Paul says, or for that matter, Jesus and John the Baptist both say that no man has ever seen God at any time or heard his voice. It's the Son who has declared him, i.e. the Logos, the Word of God. Jesus was supposed to have been the one, according to New Testament teachings. Jesus is supposed to have been the one that did all of the talking and all of the appearing in the place of his daddy Yahweh in the Old Testament. So all of those commands to kill all the children and rip up the wombs of the pregnant women, those were actually Christ speaking. Those words were actually spoken by Christ, according to New Testament teaching. Paul says that the children of Israel, as they wandered through the desert on the way to the promised land, were being led by Christ. He was the spiritual rock, the solid rock foundation that they were leaning on, and that was leading them through the desert. Paul confirms that it wasn't Yahweh personally himself, right? It was Christ. Because again, we're told by Christ and John the Baptist that no one has ever seen God at any time or heard his voice. Ever. No one has ever directly heard Yahweh or seen him. The Bible says no man may see God and live, right? So it had to be someone else speaking on his behalf. Who was it? According to the New Testament, it was supposed to be, once again, the pre-incarnate Christ speaking from heaven. Those very demonic words. Kill everything that breathes, including young suckling infants. So no wonder that we saw several passages from the New Testament where Christ showed no regard for children and didn't care if they died. In fact, he wanted them to die if they were rebellious against their parents. No wonder he expressed those sentiments, because he was the one speaking in the Old Testament, all of those hideous passages, right? According to New Testament teaching. So Christians, you're fighting a losing battle. In fact, you lost before the battle even began. You just haven't admitted it yet. It's like you're in the battlefield profusely bleeding to death, and you're arguing that you won, even though the enemy flag is flying right above your head, and the leader of the troops that just conquered you and your whole army is about to stamp on your skull and cave it in. You're sitting there saying, we won, hey, look at this, we won. You're dead in the water, baby. Your whole book, your God, your religion, the whole thing is a massive fraud. You just can't admit it. You're in freaking denial. Anyway, the word stumble here, by the way, if anyone shall cause one of these little ones to stumble, the word stumble here in the Greek means to cause one to stumble, to put a stumbling block or impediment in the way upon which another may trip and fall, or to cause a person to begin to distrust and desert one whom he ought to trust and obey. In other words, Jesus was not referring to someone who would abuse a child, sexually or otherwise, but to someone who would lead a child away from following him. That's all he was concerned about. Did you catch that? Not only was he only showing concern for children that followed him, the hell with the rest, but even the ones who followed him, apparently all he was concerned about is if someone caused any of those little children that followed him to stumble in their path of following Christ. He's not speaking here against abusing them sexually, which apparently he was into himself. But again, whether he was or not isn't the point right here. The point is, all he was condemning here, when it comes to offending little children, from the little Greek, all it means is if you cause them to fall away from following me. That's all Christ was concerned about. It was all about him, not the children. It was about him and them continuing to follow him. He wanted to be their focus. Don't take their focus away from me, or it'll be better for you that you had a millstone wrapped around your neck and you'd be tossed into the sea. He was not advocating child rights speaking out against abuse of children in any form, sexual or otherwise. He was only saying, don't lead them astray away from following me. So we have an even bigger problem here, Bible dupes. This passage that you like to misquote so much does not carry the meaning at all that you have given it. Your Jesus is a fraud, baby. And if you continue to follow him after what you now know, you're a fraud too. Anyway, moving on. Some elaboration is required to demonstrate further that Christ's care for children was limited only to the ones that followed him or whose parents followed him. For instance, Jesus told a believing woman with a sick child, according to Matthew 15:28, O woman, great is your faith. Be it unto you even as you desire. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. Did you catch here how Jesus was only willing to heal this woman's daughter if she bowed before him and acknowledged him as Lord and Master? If she didn't do that, Christ would not have healed her daughter. Christ didn't give, again, a frog's fat fanny about this woman's daughter. This woman's daughter could have remained sick. Of course, we know the story isn't even true. Christ didn't heal anybody. It's all fakery. But nevertheless, according to the story, he only acquiesced to this woman's request to heal her daughter because she... That's it. If she didn't, then he wouldn't have healed her daughter. He didn't care about her daughter. In fact, Jesus first heartlessly made this woman beg him before he finally decided to heal her daughter. As we read from verses 22 and 23, listen to this slop. This is so disgusting. A Canaanite woman, notice, a Gentile. A Canaanite woman from that vicinity came to him, to Jesus, crying out, Lord, Son of David, have mercy on me. My daughter is demon-possessed and suffering terribly. Jesus did not answer a word. So his disciples came to him and urged him, Lord, send her away, for she keeps crying out after us. Send her away. She's just an unclean Gentile anyway. Get rid of her. Jesus didn't answer her. He ignored her. The only reason why he finally consented to healing this woman's daughter was because she was persistent and kept begging him and acknowledged that she was a dog, because that's what Christ called her. He basically said to her, Go away, woman. What have I to do with you? It is not suitable for a master to toss his meat to the dogs. And she said, True, Lord, but the master at least throws his crumbs from the table. And that's when Jesus said, Oh, woman, great is your faith. You acknowledge that you're a dog compared to me. Okay, since you lowered yourself and exalted me and realized I'm so much higher than you, where's your daughter? I'll heal her now. Can you imagine? And you want to say that this character is loving and compassionate and cares about children? You ignoramuses who believe this book, do you have any idea how duped you've been? Can you not see that you've been believing the very opposite about this character? He is not at all what you have been thinking him to be, what you have been misled to thinking him to be. Well, now you've seen the light. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to continue to play make-believe so you can enjoy those church social club gatherings every week and, still maintain so-called friendship with your fellow Jesus worshipers who actually aren't even your friends? You want to take me up on that challenge? Tell these friends of yours this week in church that you can't believe the Bible anymore. You found out that it's not what you thought, that Jesus isn't what you thought. The whole thing is a fraud. The Bible contradicts itself. It contradicts history. It's not worthy of my belief. and see how close those friends are to you then. They will drop you like a frickin' atomic bomb. They will run from you. They'll put on their lead suit to protect themselves from your poison. They'll condemn you as the devil himself incarnate. You will never hear from them again. They're not your friends. That whole church family of yours, they're not your family. They will stone you to death, figuratively, if not literally. Maybe both. They certainly will figuratively stone you to death, though. You will get the cold shoulder like you've never seen before. You will see how loving these people actually are. They're only loving to you in so much as you share in their delusions. The minute you express even doubt, let alone becoming assured that this book is nonsense, if you even start to show that you're questioning it, they might try to lure you back in. But if they see that your mind is set and that they can't sway you, or that you might actually try to change their mind, you're really going to burn at the stake then. You will now see that these loving people are actually filled with hatred. There are some exceptions to that rule, yes, but they are extremely rare. When I left the cult I was a part of, only one person and his wife out of the hundreds and hundreds that were in this cult with me. Only one. Well, actually, no, that isn't true. Two. There were two. This one guy and his wife, and this other friend of mine who sadly died from a brain tumor not too long after that. But he stuck by me. He had read my books. He knew what I had found was right, and he knew he couldn't be a part of it. He couldn't believe it anymore. That's it. That's it. Out of all the friends I knew in the college I was attending, all my fellow theology students, the congregation that I was working with as a student pastor, hundreds and hundreds. Every single one of them, except those two, all wrote me off. Wrote me off, excuse me. They all wrote me off completely. Never contacted me again. And I got to tell you, that wasn't a pleasant moment. When you find out not only that your religion is a fraud, but all the people that you thought were your best buddies and they were going to be there for you forever, blah, 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 to find out that they were all frauds too. Even ones who said they agreed with me, who read my writings, agreed with my findings, and yet when they see that, it got me fired and they're going to be blacklisted now by their church, bang, that was it. They wrote me off. So disgusting, man. At the time, it sucked. It wasn't a pleasant experience, but you know what? I'm grateful for it with hindsight now, looking back. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I had that experience because, if I hadn't gone through that, I don't think I ever would have snapped out of it. I probably would have remained in that BS for the rest of my life and been a sucker for it. I am so glad I went through that experience. Again, not at the time. Not at the time. It was not pleasant. But, again, there's no substitute for first-hand learning. It's one thing if you research and dig into things and find things out on paper or on a computer screen, doing your digging and your research. But when you personally experience something like that, no one could ever tell you otherwise because you have seen it firsthand. I saw these theology professors at work. I saw the administrators in the head office. I saw a great many ministers and the little games they were playing and trying to buy me off and the anger, the fury that came out of them when they saw that they couldn't sway me and that I didn't bow before them and respect them when they weren't worthy of respect. I saw firsthand. I saw their horns, fangs, and claws come out. Nobody could ever tell me otherwise. I know religion is a fraud across the board. Not just organized religion, certainly that is, but religion, period. All religions are man-made. I don't have a problem with someone who's spiritual, okay? Someone who believes that something put us here. I'm open to that idea myself. But religion, all of it is man-made. When you start putting a dogmatic belief to your open-mindedness, to possibilities. It's one thing to be open-minded, But when you become dogmatic and you start insisting now that
You not only know there's a creator, but you know what his will is, and then
you try to enforce that on others and you become judgmental, get the hell out of here. Hit the road, Jack. Anyway, notice though in this last passage we just read, Christ calling this woman a dog and not showing concern for her daughter, not wanting to heal her unless the mother kissed his behind. Notice how the disciples, just like Jesus, wanted to shoo this woman away. Send her away, they said, for she keeps crying after us. And what was she crying about? For her daughter to be healed. They didn't care about her daughter. Christ didn't either, because we see that he ignored her. He answered her not, it says. And he intended to never answer her if she had walked away. He wouldn't have had any compassion on her or her daughter. He didn't care about either one of them. The only reason why he finally consented to heal her is because she, acknowledged his derogatory remark, his label of her as being a dog. When she consented to that, oh, okay, great. You're one of those suckers.
you became a little child like I want my followers to be.
And you acknowledge that you're a dog in comparison to me. Sure, I'll heal your daughter now. But notice how Jesus taught his disciples well. They didn't care about this woman or her daughter, and that the fact that her daughter was in a grave condition and in need of restoration, they didn't care. Anyway, this calls to mind Exodus 20, verse 5, which says, You shall not bow down to them, idols, or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the fathers to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me. Remember that one? Oh, that's a beauty, isn't it? Yahweh's going to punish children for the third and fourth generation. Remember, this is supposed to be God talking here, Yahweh, right? But we've seen already that according to New Testament teaching, God never spoke, ever. No one has ever heard his voice. It's the Son who has declared him. So that was supposed to be Jesus talking here. Jesus was saying here, and Christians claim that Jesus is God anyway, right? Which isn't even true, but nevertheless, they claim he's God. So yeah, if this is God talking, it was Jesus talking, right? Jesus was the one here saying that he visits the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of those who hate me. How could anyone not hate you, you filthy wretch? You are the embodiment of hatred. But anyway, that's Jesus talking there. So naturally, he didn't care about children, right? He thought that children should be punished for the sins of their fathers for 3 and 4 generations later. How much love did Jesus have for children? No wonder he didn't care about this woman coming to him for her daughter to be healed. He didn't freaking care about children. End of story. Again, the only children he showed any concern for were those who worshipped him as their guru. But even then, the only abuse he wouldn't tolerate was if, what he called abuse, is if people tried to lead them astray from following him. Apparently, he didn't care about any other kind of abuse, even for the children that kissed his hind parts. This is so incredibly disgusting. This Jesus character, far from being loving and a man of peace, he's actually the antithesis of love and peace. Anyway, let's look at yet more passages that show Christ's preoccupation with children. So you can see I'm not just taking a few here or there. They're all over the place. Christ was infatuated. He had a child fetish. Matthew 18 verse 10 says, See that you do not despise one of these little ones, little children, for I tell you that their angels in heaven always see the face of my Father in heaven. It sounds like, oh, it's so endearing, right? Oh, he loved little children. Oh, he loved them just a little too much, Mr. Celibacy. Matthew 18, verse 14 says, "In the same way, your Father in heaven is not willing that any of these little ones should perish." He's not willing that any of these little ones should perish. Sounds great, right? As long as you read it out of context, as long as you just look with tunnel vision at that one passage and ignore everything else he says about children. But when you realize that he scolded the Pharisees, brutally chastised them for not following the law of Moses, which called for the stoning to death of children who cursed their parents, these words ring incredibly hollow now, don't they?
Your Father in heaven is not desirous that any of these little ones should perish, unless they are disrespectful to their parents, in which case stone them to death.
He's not willing. Right. He is willing for them to be stoned to death. What a sick joke this is, isn't it? Pedophilia and Judaism have always gone hand in hand. And what was Jesus? Jesus was as Jewish as you can get. He followed the ancient Mosaic Jewish religion to the T. And he got mad, again, at the scribes and Pharisees when they weren't following Moses, including the law of stoning. Don't forget, by the way, I read a passage a while back on this channel from Ezekiel chapter 20, where Yahweh, or Jesus speaking on behalf of Yahweh, actually admitted that many of the laws that he gave the ancient Israelites were unjust. He said that they were not good and that they resulted in the death of those who disobeyed, referring to the law of stoning, right? There's Yahweh through Jesus, supposedly, admitting that he gave laws that were not good and thus not just. Of course they're not just. Look at them. Stone someone for breaking the Sabbath, stone them for disobeying their parents, stone them for committing a homosexual act, even though David was clearly a homosexual with Jonathan, right? Remember those stories? He loved Jonathan as a man would love a woman. With tenderness. Oh, please. Give me a frickin' break, man. Anyway, let's look at Mark 10:13 through 16. People were bringing little children to Jesus for him to place his hands on them. The things that make you go, People were bringing little children to Jesus. Why? For him to place his hands on them. But the disciples rebuked them. When Jesus saw this, he was indignant. He was angry with his disciples.
Don't forbid these people to bring their little children to me so I can put my hands on them. What are you doing? Get out of their way. I want these little children to come to me so I can put my hands on them.
That's what's going on here. He said to them, Jesus, "Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of God belongs to such as these. Truly, I tell you, anyone who will not receive the kingdom of God like a little child will never enter it." There's the idea again that he wanted his followers to develop the gullible, obedient minds of children who don't question anything, just do what they're told. And he took the children in his arms, placed his hands on them, and blessed them. We do know Jesus was a rabbi, right? He's called the Rabboni. And we do know it's been a long tradition within Judaism for rabbis, after circumcising a baby, to suck the blood from the baby's penis. Gee, I wonder if Rabbi Jesus engaged in that practice. People brought their children to him so he could place his hands on them. And then he got angry with his disciples. when they tried to stop this practice because he enjoyed it so much. You gotta be kidding. This is disgusting. This is the guy, once again, who advocated getting your gonads chopped off, who advocated, who was so in love with one of his disciples. Isn't Jesus supposed to love all people equally? Yet we're told that there was one disciple whom Jesus loved. When it says that, it means there was something special going on between him and that one particular disciple, because we're told that he loved all his disciples, right? But when it singles out one, whom we're told reclined upon his breast, the disciple whom Jesus loved, and then we see that another unnamed disciple, or maybe it was Peter, but I believe it was an unnamed disciple. Anyway, in the Garden of Gethsemane with him, naked, alone, in the garden. This individual called Jesus was an incredibly perverse individual, wouldn't you say? And to see that this perverse individual had a child fetish, that doesn't make your hair stand on end? Jesus is not the character, Bible dupes, that you've been misled to believe he was. Sorry, end of story. Go back and watch the series I did called Jesus Under the Microscope. Go ahead. I dare you. Or are you a frickin' wimp? I was going to use another word, but trying to keep the G rating here. Anyway, sure enough, look at the language employed by John in the following passage. This is from John 2, verses 1, 12, 18. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 John. 1 John 2, verses 1, 12, 18, and 28. So John, the disciple, assuming he actually wrote 1 John, who knows who the heck. But anyway, here's what he said, showing that he followed in the footsteps of Jesus, and he likened his audience as, little children, right? Jesus wanted everyone to become little children mentally, to be compliant, to not think for themselves. So here's what he said: "My dear children, I write this to you so that you will not sin. But if anybody does sin, we have an advocate with the Father, Jesus Christ, the righteous one." Yeah, whatever. "I am writing to you, dear children, because your sins have been forgiven on account of his name," Christ's name. Then he goes on to say, "Dear children, this is the last hour, and as you have heard that the Antichrist is coming, even now many Antichrists have come. This is how we know that it is the last hour. And now, dear children, continue in him," Christ, "so that when he appears, we may be confident and unashamed before him at his coming." So notice, in those 4 verses in that same chapter, 1 John 2, verses 1, 12, 18, and 28, John is referring to his audience as children, just like Christ taught, right? He wanted his followers to be reduced mentally to the level of children. And now John here is following suit and referring to his followers as children, just like Christ. Can you not see the child fetish psyop at play here? In keeping with this child fetish theme, notice what Christ said in Matthew 11:25. "I praise you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because you have hidden these things from the wise and the learned, and have revealed them to little children." Can you imagine? Christ is saying here that his teachings only appeal to little children, literal little children, and metaphorical children, meaning adults who have developed childlike minds. And you know what? That's the only way you can believe this nonsense, is if you have a blank slate mind, a childlike mind. Notice Christ said,
You have hidden these things from the wise and the learned.
When you become wise and learned, you can't believe these things anymore because you recognize this whole book is nonsense, as frickin' folklore, as frickin' fairy tales. The Bible frowns upon learned people, upon wise people. Notice, you have to become foolish, not wise, to believe the Bible. You have to become unlearned. You have to unlearn everything you've been taught to accept this book. I was once very unwise and very unlearned, even though I considered myself to have been well-versed in the Bible. I wasn't, because I was reading it with rose-colored glasses. I was reading it selectively, not on purpose. I wasn't deliberately just focusing on, the passages I liked and ignoring the rest. I just liked the ones that jived with me, right? And I ignored the rest because I thought that that's just too deep for me now. I can't explain it. I'll later, as I study more, God will reveal it to me. Yeah, whatever, man. This is what they do, though. This is what Bible dupes do. They don't look at the whole book to step back and get the big picture. They don't look at it critically. No, they just accept it the way it's presented to them. And from there on after, they interpret it in view of the initial rose-colored glasses picture that they were first painted of the thing. And anything else that comes along, they just ignore it, they sweep it away. Well, you can't ignore it, you can't sweep it away. The book is not worthy of your belief. It has no credibility. It is not moral. It is downright incredibly immoral. And you need to part ways with it, unless you're immoral yourself. One further point needs to be mentioned here. Christ's pedophilic tendencies should not surprise us for another reason. The New Testament portrays him as having been a sexual deviant in general, with aberrant sexual tastes of other varieties that most Christians would find offensive. I already made reference to this, but in this video and in previous videos. But let's revisit this again in this context. Mark 14, verses 3-9 says, "While he, Jesus, was in Bethany, reclining at the table in the home of Simon the leper, a woman came with an alabaster jar of very expensive perfume made of pure nard. She broke the jar and poured the perfume on his head. Some of those present were saying indignantly to one another, 'Why this waste of perfume? It could have been sold for more than a year's wages and the money given to the poor.' And they rebuked her harshly. 'Leave her alone,' said Jesus. 'Why are you bothering her? She has done a beautiful thing to me. The poor you will always have with you, and you can help them anytime you want, but you will not always have me. She did what she could. She poured perfume on my body beforehand,'" prior to his crucifixion, "'to prepare for my burial. Truly I tell you, wherever the gospel is preached throughout the world, what she has done will also be told in memory of her.'" Did you catch how Jesus was freaking out here? Just like he yelled at his disciples who were shooing the children away.
"Stop doing that! I want the little children to come to me so I can put my hands on them."
So too was he doing this here. This woman was taking this expensive nard and pouring it over his head, anointing him, caressing him, putting it on his feet, and later wiping his feet with her tears. He was getting apparently a happy ending massage here, and he got angry with his disciples for trying to intervene and stop her.
"Leave her alone! I like this! I'm enjoying it!"
Apparently Christ was multisexual, not just bisexual, multi, because he enjoyed men, women, and little children. Anyway, or as a friend of mine would say, he's a trisexual because apparently he would try anything. But do notice that in the context of rebuking his disciples, do notice what he said.
The poor. You're always going to have the poor. You can take care of them anytime.
Jesus was clearly stating here that he didn't care about the poor.
Forget the poor. Forget that this is a whole year's wage, worth of nard that could be sold and given to the poor. Forget the poor. You can take care of them anytime. I'm the one that matters here. It's my pleasure that you should be seeking after. You should be glad that I'm enjoying this body rub.
Holy crap. So much for the great Jesus who cared about the poor. So now we see he didn't care about children. He didn't care about the poor. He didn't care about anybody but his own self, did he? No, he didn't. Not at all. Anyway, guys, we've about reached the hour mark, and this looks like a good place to stop. It's going to get crazier. We're going to look at yet more very disturbing passages about Christ's sexual proclivities, perverted sexual proclivities, in the next video. So thanks for joining me, folks. We'll catch you then. Take care. Okay, everyone, welcome to part 6 of pedophilia in the Bible. In the last video, we ended off with quoting some verses showing that Christ had, very twisted sexual proclivities, particularly homosexuality. And so we want to pick up from there. We want to look at another one that's even more glaring than the ones we looked at in the last video. This one is John 13, verses 21 to 25. It says, Jesus was troubled in his spirit and testified, "Truly I tell you, one of you is going to betray me," referring to Judas, of course. His disciples stared at one another, at a loss to know which one of them he meant. One of them, the disciple whom Jesus loved, was reclining next to him. Simon Peter noticed or motioned to this disciple and said, "Ask him which one he means." Leaning back against Jesus, he asked him, "Lord, who is it? Who is this one that's going to betray you?" But do you see what's being portrayed here? This is absolutely jaw-dropping. And for Bible believers to even suggest that the possibility
Doesn't even exist. Don't even go there. It's not possible.
knock it off. This passage reeks, and you know it does, Bible dupes. Why would this even have made it into this book in the first place if
Jesus, supposedly up in heaven,
did not want anyone to get the wrong idea that he had homosexual leanings? Listen to this passage. There's so many points to bring out here. Again, it says that there was this particular disciple. It never names him. Most people think it was John. It could have been, but who knows? We don't know. It doesn't name him. It just says the disciple whom Jesus loved. Again, don't forget that Christ is supposed to have loved all of his disciples, right? But yet, there was this one that Jesus had special affection for. This was his lover. And it says that he leaned against him. But notice how it says one of them, one of the disciples, another one of the disciples, I'm sorry, it does name him, Peter. It was Peter, who motioned to this disciple whom Jesus loved that isn't named. He asked him to inquire of Christ, who it was. Now, that should tell you something right there. Peter understood that this disciple whom Jesus loved, this disciple that Christ had a very special relationship with, had closer connections than he did, closer connections than all the rest of the disciples. Peter did not ask Jesus directly. He asked this disciple to ask Jesus for him who the one was that was going to betray him. He did that because he knew that this disciple was much closer to Christ, and Christ would be much more likely to answer him than he himself. Why would Peter have done that? Why would Peter ask this disciple? And then after he asks that disciple to inquire of Jesus, it said that that disciple whom Jesus loved, leaning back against Jesus, he asked him, Lord, who is it? Leaning back endearingly, oh, Jesus, my love, my darling, my sweetheart. This is in your face, Bible dupes. You can squirm and squeal and cry and moan and scream to the highest mountaintops all you want to try to brush this aside, but it's still there, staring you right in the face. This passage reeks of rabid homosexuality. Something that you Christians are supposed to be so adamantly opposed to. It's an abomination unto the Lord. And yet, look at the great Jesus here. Look at David and Jonathan. I think we're going to be covering that. I've talked about it in previous videos on this channel, but I think I'm going to be revisiting it in a little bit. But we have numerous examples of homosexuality in the Bible. Just like Bible dupes claim that Yahweh condemns child abuse, right? But we've already seen Yahweh was totally for child abuse. So was Christ. Particularly children that, disobeyed their parents, or children of parents who had committed idolatry. Punish them as well as the parents under the third and fourth generation. Yahweh had no regard for child rights. Christ had no regard for child rights. The Bible is so incredibly hypocritical, contradictory, inconsistent. What it condemns one minute, it endorses and embraces the next. We've seen how the Bible endorses, Yahweh endorses abortion, mass abortion, right? Go into the city and rip up the wombs of the pregnant women, as well as killing young suckling infants. So you can moan and fuss all you want, Bible believers, and claim that your God is moral. Yea, the author of morality. There's nothing moral about him or his little junior boy, Jesus. Nothing moral whatsoever. It's only in your deluded mind that Yahweh is moral. But if you actually look at his own book and what it says about him, things that are attributed to him, that he said, that he did, he's an absolute moral monster, and so is Christ. Anyway, here's another passage to contemplate. John 19:26 and 27. When Jesus saw his mother there, and the disciple whom he loved standing nearby, he said to her, Woman, here is your son, and to the disciple, here is your mother. From that time on, this disciple took her into his home. Christ was on the cross here at this time, supposedly. And so he was committing the care of his elderly mother now into the hands of the disciple whom he loved. Come here, sweetheart. I'm going to die soon, so would you be so kind as to take care of my mother for me? It'll be your way of showing your respect to me beyond the grave, and when you see her face, think of me and all the wonderful times we had together when we were alone. Love you. I mean, look at this. This is outrageous. And once again, why does the Bible not mention this disciple by name? It's so mysterious, so nefarious.
The disciple whom he loved. From that moment on, this disciple took her into his home.
What disciple?
Gee, isn't it Jesus who said, let your yeas be yeas and your nays be nays? Nothing shall be hidden that shall not be revealed.
And yet here's the Bible playing a lot of hiding games, isn't it? Hide and seek. Guess who? It doesn't name him. Jesus played little games like that too, didn't he? When Pilate asked him, are you the Son of God, or are you the King of the Jews? He wouldn't answer him. He would not answer him. All he did is come back with another question.
Did someone tell this to you, or did you come up with it yourself, you know?
He never, the one who said, let your yeas be yeas and nays be nays, he couldn't give a yea or a nay? Anyway, why was this disciple kept anonymous? You just got to love this little game the Bible plays. Here's another passage along this line. John 20, verses 1 to 4. Early on the first day of the week, you know, the resurrection day, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and saw that the stone had been removed from the entrance, Christ's tomb, right? So she came running to Simon Peter and to the other disciple,
the one Jesus loved.
Again, here's that obscurity thing going on again.
That other disciple, you know, the one Jesus loved, the one he had a special, loving relationship with.
And said, quote, they have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we don't know where they have put him. So Peter and
the other disciple, again, the one Jesus loved,
started for the tomb. Both were running, but the other disciple outran Peter and reached the tomb first. The other disciple, the one whom Jesus loved. He ran ahead of Peter, because that's his boy. That's his little darling. So he just had to get there before Peter did. He had to be the first one to see for himself. Is it true? Is my lover risen from the dead? Is he still alive? Can I still continue on with my relationship with him? Again, we see the loved disciple, the special beloved disciple, referred to simply as the other disciple. Here is yet another passage like this. This is John 21, verses 7 and 20. Then the disciple whom Jesus loved said to Peter, look how many times we have reference made to this nefarious individual, and always as the one Jesus loved. He said to Peter, it is the Lord. As soon as Simon Peter heard him say, it is the Lord, he wrapped his outer garment around him, for he had taken it off and jumped into the water. He had taken it off. Probably having a gay orgy here. Peter turned and saw that the disciple whom Jesus loved was following them. This was the one who had leaned back against Jesus at the supper and had said, Lord, who is going to betray you? So John, or whoever wrote the Gospel of John, is carrying our attention back to make sure we understood that this same individual, the one Jesus loved, is in fact that same one at the Last Supper 2 nights before, right? The one who had leaned back endearingly, perhaps erotically, against Jesus. Why did this passage have to make mention that this disciple was unclothed, by the way? And why was he unclothed in the first place? And why keep elaborating on the one Jesus loved? You know, the one that was in the upper room at the Last Supper that leaned against Jesus. Yeah, that one. The one Jesus loved. At least 4 or 5 times in the Gospel of John, reference is made, a heavy emphasis is made upon this one that Jesus had a very special, loving relationship with. Anyway, here's another passage similar to this, Mark 14:51 and 52. A young man wearing nothing but a linen garment was following Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. When they seized him, he fled naked, leaving his garment behind. Again, why stress these details? Why include these details at all in the Word of God? How is that pertinent to an understanding of the gospel narrative, pray tell? Why are those details necessary? Why are they in there at all in a so-called holy book, right? This is homoerotic literature. Sorry, but it is. It's all it is. If there was, in fact, no homosexual connotation here, why include this in the narrative, especially if the great Yahweh, whose word this is supposed to be, is supposed to know the future and would certainly know that if not in that day, people later were going to look back and read this stuff and be extremely suspicious and draw the conclusion that there was a homosexual fling going on there. Do recall as well how Peter had asked, how Jesus had asked Peter 3 times in John 21, verse 17, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? He kept repeating it. What was that all about? Christians would claim that,
well, Jesus was trying to remind Peter that he denied him 3 times, so he asked him 3 times, do you love me?
Yeah, but in the light of these other passages,
the disciple whom Jesus loved,
it just rings awfully funny, doesn't it? Very off-key. Coming back to the Mark passage, though, we just read, which talked about a young man with Jesus in Gethsemane who was wearing nothing but a linen cloth. Take a look at this quote from the apocryphal Secret Gospel of Mark, which was preserved in a letter written by Clement of Alexandria. It's now lost to us, but we have bits and pieces of it from his writings. Listen to this quote from it. And after 6 days, Jesus told him, a young man, what to do. And in the evening, the youth came to him wearing a linen cloth over his naked body. And he remained with him that night, for Jesus taught him the mystery of the kingdom of God. And thence arising, he turned to the other side of the Jordan. Notice, this individual, the same one we just read about in the book of Mark, this same individual, naked with just a loincloth on, spent the evening with Christ in the garden. Oh, isn't that romantic? In further regard to the disciple that Jesus loved, consider John 11, verse 3, where a messenger thusly informed Jesus that Lazarus was deathly ill. It says, Lord, behold, he whom thou lovest is sick. So now we see that Lazarus also was greatly beloved by Christ. Lord, behold, he whom thou lovest is sick. So Jesus had a special lovey-dovey relationship with Lazarus too. How interesting. I guess he was a two-timer. And then we have these strange comments that Jesus made to his disciples when talking to them about what would happen on the day of his alleged second coming. In Luke 17:34, it says, or Jesus says, I tell you, in that night, the night that he returns, in that night there shall be two men in one bed. The one shall be taken, and the other shall be left. Two men in one bed? Why did he even mention such a scenario, right? Why didn't he say two men will be sitting at a table, having a discussion or having a couple beers or something? Yeah, well, why did he have to say two men lying in a bed? Looks to me like his mind was preoccupied with the homosexual theme, doesn't it? Anyway. Let's look at some interesting historical quotes now about the immorality of early Christianity. This will help shed even further light on this discussion. Writing about the Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD, the famous Roman historian Tacitus, in his Annals, stated, quote, all human efforts and appropriations of the gods did not banish the sinister belief that the fire was the result of an order from Nero, the fire of Rome. Consequently, he said, to get rid of the report, Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations. He's talking about Christians here, right? And he's saying that Nero hated Christians because of their abominations, called Christians by the populace Christus. Some of you might recall earlier in a presentation I did on this channel where I talked about this individual, Judas Christus, who was a messianic claimant, and he was also an insurrectionist. He's even said to have been killed by Pontius Pilate. His life story very closely matches up with that of Christ himself. And his followers were called Christians. Was Judas Christus the character that the Jesus character was based off of? It certainly looks that way. And so these Christians, there have been a great many scholars through the years, through the centuries, who have insinuated that very thing, that Christians and Christians, appear to be synonymous. Maybe they were. So if that be the case, then these Christians, followers of Christos, were engaged in all sorts of evil abominations. The quote goes on, it says, the Christians suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius in the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate. So there you go. Actually, Pilate was a prefect, not a procurator, but in any case, very interesting parallels. I might do another video sometime just on that topic. Anyway, continuing on. Though Tacitus was here implying that this fire in Rome was seemingly started by Nero himself, what we want to focus on here is the fact that Christians or Christians were a known and hated rebel group that were highly active in Rome. Well, we know Christians were highly active in Rome at that same time. Were the Christians the Christians? Another important point to come away with here is that the details in this Christus story are so similar to the story of Christ that not only secular scholars, but even some Christians themselves have admitted down through the centuries that this Christus character looks like it's actually Jesus. In the same Tacitus work we just cited, this first century historian also said this about the Christus cult. Checked for the moment, this pernicious superstition or rebel movement again broke out not only in Judea, the source of the evil, but even in Rome. So, according to Tacitus, the Christians were a pernicious superstition that were hated for their abominations. Now take note of a similar statement written by Suetonius about Christians. Another reason to believe that Christians and Christians are one and the same. Look at what Suetonius said about Christians. Punishment was inflicted on the Christians, a set of men adhering to a novel and mischievous superstition. So there you go. The same word applied to Christianity and Christianity. Were they one and the same? There's no reason to believe otherwise. Every reason to believe that they are or were actually one and the same. Both of these historians used the same word, superstition, to describe both Christians and Christians. And they both used almost the same adjective to describe the movement that they were talking about. Pernicious and mischievous, respectively. If Christus was really Christ, and if Christians were really Christians, or vice versa, then we're dealing with a much bigger mess than we ever could have imagined. For digging a little bit deeper into the Christian movement reveals that the individuals also belonged, the adherents to this religion, also belonged the individuals who belonged, I should say, were criminal psychopaths. In the latter part of the 4th century, for example, Emperor Theodosius I had written these words: "The mob that gave Christians their name hated them for their crimes. Their leader had been put to death under Pontius Pilate." Doesn't this again sound like Christ? "But the deadly superstition spread throughout Judea and even Rome." Sorry, Bible dupes, but this is looking ever so precisely much like Christianity, isn't it? This superstition spread throughout Judea and even into Rome. That is exactly what Christianity did, isn't it? Of course it is. Some confessed their faith and were arrested. On their testimony, a multitude were convicted of arson, but also of hatred of the human race. Wow. Doesn't that sound like a great many Christians today? The finger-pointing, judgmental, hellfire and brimstone preaching hypocrites? Sounds exactly like them. So anyway, it's looking, again, like Christians and Christians were one and the same. Christos and Christos were one and the same. And therefore, the religion of Christianity or Christianity is being described here as an abomination, a vulgar religion, a religion of people who are hateful. So why should we be surprised that its founder was a homosexual, that its founder didn't give a rip about child rights, that its founder was actually a scoundrel? Don't forget, Jesus said himself, I came not to bring peace. Don't think that I've come to bring peace. I haven't. I came to bring a sword. He said it. Those are his words. Do not think I have come to bring peace. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. He says elsewhere, division, but whatever. Sword, division, doesn't matter. It's not good either way. He didn't come to bring peace. He's not the Prince of Peace. Sorry. He's just like his daddy in the Old Testament, Yahweh, isn't he? Absolutely, vulgarly immoral. You know, like all other man-made religions, this one here, Christianity, is smothered with human fingerprints, very corrupt human fingerprints. You can see if you look carefully. Sometimes you don't have to look that carefully at all, but nevertheless, if you take some time and dig and look skeptically at this thing, you'll realize it's not at all the glamour and glory religion that it's been painted as. But it's so sad because once someone has that idea etched into their mind, once they're convinced that Christianity is the highest moral religion in the world and that their God is the author of morality, Jesus couldn't do or say anything wrong, Yahweh couldn't do or say anything wrong. Once that's instilled in you, amazingly, reading passages like we've been reading in the past, dozen or so videos, and indeed all the passages from the first 120 videos on this channel, just go in one ear and out the other with Bible dupes. Even though the Bible is overflowing with passages that completely fly right in the face of the glamour and glory rose-colored glasses view that Bible dupes have of their God, their religion, their Bible, it doesn't matter to them. They will brush it away. This is why you should never, ever sign yourself up for anything, religion or otherwise, until you have closely inspected it to see if it is worthy of your belief. Bible believers don't do that. They don't. They might inspect other things, but not the Bible. They think that, if I question it, I'm questioning God, and I'll be in danger of hell. Which is why when passages like the ones we're looking at now are thrown your way, you put plugs in your ears and blinders over your eyes. Hear no evil, see no evil. It just doesn't get through to you. You are hopelessly deluded, self-deluded. You actually want to continue to believe the lie, even though you have got to know deep down inside that you have in fact been sold a rotten bag of goods and that your book does not stand up to close scrutiny. But somehow, out of fear of hell or a desire for heaven, whatever it may be, you will continue to deny, continue to look the other way. I was listening to a debate the other day with this obnoxious Bible dupe, self-professed minister. He actually doesn't even have any, formal education in theology. Not that that really matters, as one who has a theology degree himself, I can tell you it's a crock. I knew more about the Bible before I went to college than what I ever learned in college, so getting a degree really doesn't mean anything. But nevertheless, this guy pawns himself off. I won't mention his name, but he pawns himself off as, a great Bible scholar and blah. He never even went to school, never had any degree, nothing. And yet he refers to himself as a doctor. It's a joke. He's a deceiving, lying little snake in the grass. But then again, that's the case with just about all of them, isn't it? But anyway, in the course of this debate, his challenger said that he wanted to quote some Bible passages because this self-professed expert on the Bible said that the Bible doesn't contradict itself. It's infallible. And so this guy said, oh, no, it's not. And I got some verses right here to prove it. Do you know what the little numbskull said? The little sleazebag, the little slippery bucket of eels said?
Oh, well, we're not here to question the authenticity of the Bible. We're here to discuss creation versus evolution.
He did not want this guy to bring up the contradictory passages because the little weaselly wretch knows the Bible does contradict itself. But he's the one who brought up the whole idea of infallibility, right? He set himself up, and he must have realized after he said it, oh, this guy actually knows about these contradictions. I think he was hoping that the guy, because he was secular-minded, was not going to have such ammunition ready to go. Several times later in the interview, this guy kept trying to bring these verses up, and the little slippery bucket of eels diverted attention away from it every single freaking time. If I was that guy, I would have talked right over him and thrown those verses out there anyway. How dare you say your book is infallible? No freaking way. And just one after another, I would have pummeled them with those verses. That is the case almost every single time across the board when you deal with, ministers, pastors, priests. They engage in massive obfuscation, diversionism. They'll attack you. This guy was doing that too. He was name calling. Oh, that's real nice. That's real loving, isn't it? Real loving to be name calling someone you're having a debate with. Creating the illusion that he had something solid. And you can just picture his fan club cheering him on, watching on their computer screens.
Yeah, let him have it, Pastor. That's it, yeah.
As though he was saying anything of substance. That shows the degraded mentality that most Bible dupes have, that they would cheer on something like that and actually think that that amounted to anything, that constituted winning an argument. You win an argument with facts. You don't win an argument by name-calling your opponent. I tell you, man. Most Christians I've ever known have been like this. They are the most despicable, hateful wretches on the planet. And that goes for all of the religious crowds that have been spawned from the Bible. Not just Christianity. All the three major world religions that have grown out of that book. But, of course, I'm speaking of Christianity specifically because that's the religion I was inundated in. And that's the religion that is most dominant in the United States. So that's the one I'm focusing on mostly here. But they're really all the same. They all turn you into, self-exalting, hypocritical, finger-pointing, judgmental phonies. Not all the time. I do have to stress that. My mother was a very decent person. Luckily, her Christianity didn't ruin her. But the fact that she was decent had nothing to do with her being a Christian. She would have attributed that to her Christian belief. Yes, of course. She would have said it's because Jesus was in her heart, blah, blah, blah. But that's just not the case. That was not the case. She was a decent person because that's just who she was. Christianity doesn't make you a decent person. If you're a scumbag before you become a Christian, you're still going to be a scumbag afterwards. Maybe even a little more so. Certain things might change. Yeah, you might not go to the bar every night. Although I got to tell you, A lot of the Christians I have known over the years, they were closet alcoholics. Well, I shouldn't say a lot, but there were several. Oh, yeah. In fact, when I was a theology major, I would see at least 3 of my fellow theology majors' cars parked outside bars on Friday nights. That was particularly alarming because Friday night is supposed to be the Sabbath, and I attended a Seventh-day Adventist college seminary, and so Friday night is the Sabbath. Hanging out at a bar is something that's, considered heresy to begin with on any day of the week, right? But especially on the Sabbath. There they were, Friday nights. There was their car outside of a local bar. Oh, you gotta love it, man. You just gotta love it. But anyway, back to our notes here. It may be a tough pill to swallow, but the truth is that Christianity as a whole has never been a force for good in this world. When we go back to the early centuries, we find that, Christians were persecutors. I did a video series a while back on that, talking about how even though Christians claimed that they were persecuted by the Romans in the early centuries, there were a few examples, but nowhere near what is claimed today. They want you to think that they were constantly being persecuted. No, very, very rare were the occasions where Christians were persecuted. And when they were, it's because they asked for it. They were troublemakers. But once they came into power, it took them a while. It took them several centuries infiltrating the Roman government. But once they did, they became the persecutors themselves. Oh, yeah. Have you not heard of the Inquisition? Have you not heard of the Crusades? Do you know how many multiplied millions of people were slaughtered? And again, to play it fair, you've got Islam that has, had done the same thing. They no sooner came to power, there they were slaughtering. Judaism, according to the Old Testament, right? Look at Judaism. You don't even have to look at historical sources. Just look at their own holy book. Judaism was a persecuting religion at Yahweh's command, killing everyone that breathed, including young suckling infants, in town after town after town, wherever there were those gathered that didn't worship the great Yahweh, So this is what the Bible has done for mankind, for the most part. Yes, there's been a few good-hearted ones, like my mother, that did some good. But again, I don't attribute that to Christianity. I attribute it to the individuals within it who weren't ruined by it, who had a heart and reached out to people. But in the grander scheme of things, the religion of Christianity, yes, it's brought much more harm than good to this world. It's been far more of a curse than a blessing. I recognize that there are some local churches that do some good. They have soup kitchens and, different programs to help the homeless and, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's all great, fine and dandy. But again, I attribute that to, sincere individuals, not to churches themselves, not to the leadership. The leadership doesn't give a frog's fat fanny about poor people. Oh, yeah, they might shell a few dollars out here and there just for PR purposes, like a worm on a hook to lure people in so they can get more contributors to drop their contributions in the plate every week. That's it. That's it. End of story. They don't care. They're the ones that talk about living humble lives, and yet they drive away in a Mercedes or a Ferrari or something. They got 15 mansions and 47 yachts, and the world would be a far better place without this cursed book called the Bible. That's an indisputable fact. The second century Christian apologist who went by the name of Minucius Felix in Octavius 9 had wrote this about the Christians, obviously hoping to make it look like Christians and Christians were polar opposites, right? This was just damage control. This is a Christian apologist writing this. But nevertheless, look at what he said. A condemned criminal is the object of the Christians' veneration. Finally, there is the practice of infant murder that they engage in, cannibalism, and the banquet of incestuous intercourse. Isn't that interesting? These Christians, and again, there's no reason to doubt that Christians were Christians. This was a Christian writing here, centuries later, trying to make it look like the Christians, they were abominable. Not like us Christians. He's trying to make it look like they weren't the same. But they were. And so look what it says here. Once again, they were involved, involved in the practice of infant murder. Well, we've already seen that the Bible totally endorses infant murder, doesn't it? Yahweh was for it. Christ was for it. Christ was for stoning rebellious children, right? Cannibalism. There's any Bible dupes out there listening right now? You're shaking your head saying,
No way would Christians ever endorse or practice cannibalism. Are you out of your mind? That is so against the Word of God.
Are you sure about that now? Why don't you browse a few videos back on this channel? I just did a series of videos on cannibalism in the Bible. Why don't you take a look and see just how opposed your holy book and your alleged holy God is to cannibalism? Your God was all for it. He commanded it over and over again. So why should we be surprised that early Christians/Christians were involved in stuff like this? And incest. Yeah, why not? That was big, as we have already seen as well in a previous video. That was big in Old Testament times. It was big in New Testament times too. Paul was addressing the Corinthians about, incestuous practices going on. He was, condemning it, but only, so he would look good. But apparently that was quite commonplace, right? Just like the Old Testament condemns, murder, but yet there's Yahweh commanding murder constantly. The Old Testament condemns people sacrificing their children to the god Moloch. But we've seen that Yahweh was all for human sacrifice himself, right? Yahweh didn't want human sacrifice when the humans were being sacrificed to other gods. But when they were sacrificed to himself, oh, hey, he honored it. He accepted it. Don't forget the story of Jephthah and how he vowed to Yahweh, give me victory in battle, and whoever walks through my door after the battle, I will sacrifice that individual to you. It wound up being his daughter. Yahweh didn't stop him. Yahweh let it happen and honored it, recognized it as, a sacrifice to himself, every bit as much as if he offered up a goat or something. Yes, Yahweh was in favor. And that's just one example. I cite numerous examples where Yahweh told the Israelites to go into this, that, or the other city and burn it, and it shall be a burnt offering unto the Lord. Burn everyone alive in the city. Men, women, the elderly, children, you name it. Unreal, man. Unfreaking real. Again, Bible dupes, you got nothing to offer. Your religion's a fraud. Your God's a fraud. Your holy book's a fraud. Face it and deal with it. All right, guys. We're almost at the hour mark. I'll be able to finish this topic up on pedophilia in the Bible in one more video. Probably be a short one. Although I always say that and then I wind up rambling and it turns out to be long. But anyway, one more installment to go and we'll be finished with this topic. Thanks for joining me, folks. Catch you in the next video. Take care. All right, guys, welcome to part 7, our final installment on this topic of pedophilia in the Bible. We left off citing some quotes from early church fathers, not just church fathers, but people from the early centuries of the Christian era, talking about Christianity or Christianity as being abominable, an atrocious, evil religion. I pointed out earlier on this channel that that was indeed the case. Christianity was nothing like what we see today. Today's version of Christianity is completely different. But that's okay, because it's completely different from Christianity 100 years ago. And that Christianity was different from the Christianity of 100 years before that. Not only has Christianity mutated over time, but it's mutated from country to country. In fact, America's Christianity is nothing like, South America's Christianity. It's unbelievable. This religion has been invented and reinvented so many times. It's just, it's laughable. It's ridiculous. Nobody even knows what the early church, everybody who's a Christian says, oh yeah, we want to go back to apostolic Christianity, but they don't even know what apostolic Christianity is. If they were to be confronted with it, they'd run in the other direction. They wouldn't recognize it for being Christianity. As I pointed out before, original Christianity was nothing more than Judaism, except that Christ was believed to be the Messiah. That's it. But other than that, they were Jews through and through. Peter, James, John, all of the original followers of Christ attended Shabbat services every week on Sabbath in the synagogue or in the local, in the temple or in the local synagogue. They observed the feast days. They still practiced circumcision, blah, blah, blah. Modern Christians will say, well, they were either heretics or they were ignorant of the true gospel, and Paul had to straighten a lot of that out, like with Peter, No. Paul had reinvented Christianity to make it more appealing to Gentiles, and it ticked off the original Christian believers from Jerusalem, the original followers of Christ, right? But ultimately, as I pointed out before, Paul won the debate, because he had amassed a much larger following, and he had more intimidation power, if you will. And so ultimately, the Jerusalem believers, the original apostles of Christ, caved in and gave into Paul's intimidation tactics. But anyway, not only was Christianity very different in that sense, in its infancy, right? It was actually just a branch of Judaism. But also, as the centuries rolled on, Christianity had become absolutely vile, absolutely evil. In fact, I shouldn't even say it became evil. It was evil right from the start. But it became more openly evil. As I pointed out very thoroughly earlier on in this channel, Christianity was yet another insurrectionist movement, right? There were multitudes of such movements rising up all over Judea, all during the first century. And they were started by messianic figures, insurrectionists posing as messianic figures, who use religion to lure people in, to sucker them, to follow them, and ultimately utilize them as manpower for more uprisings. Christ was no different, if he existed. And that's a big if. there's really nothing to go on to know if he existed or not. I think he's a composite figure. You know, he was made up from several different characters: Judas of Gamala and Judas Christus. Definitely Judas Christus, right? Who founded Christianity. He was crucified by Pontius Pilate. I mean, come on. But anyway, but you know, when Christians talk about wanting to return to apostolic Christianity, they really don't mean that. They mean it in the limited understanding they have of what they think original Christianity was. But if they really understood what original Christianity was, they don't mean what they say. They would never say that. They would never want to go back to what original Christianity was. It's nothing at all like what they see Christianity to be today. And not that today's Christianity is desirable either. It's a slight improvement. It's mutated in somewhat in a positive direction. But it's still garbage. It's still deception. It still misleads people, misinforms people, leads them off the track, fills them with false hopes and empty promises, gets them chasing shadows and working toward nonsensical goals, looking forward to fictitious promises that are never going to happen, waiting for the second coming of Jesus. When, once again, if you look back on this channel, you'll see I did a series of videos on the alleged prophecies of Christ's second coming in the New Testament. And lo and behold, virtually every single time the New Testament talks about Christ's second coming, it refers to it as an event that was supposed to have taken place in the first century, in the lifetime of the apostles. Jesus said it, Paul said it, Peter said it, John said it. They all wrote in anticipation of a soon coming event. You know, Jesus said, many of you who are standing here will not taste death until you see the Son of Man coming, blah, 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 blah. Paul said, we which are alive and remain at the coming of the Lord will be caught up together with the dead in Christ who were just raised, in the resurrection, blah, 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 blah. We which are alive. He had everyone in his audience pumped up into thinking that Jesus was going to return in their lifetime. And again, Christ made it clear himself. Anyway, I just, again, I have to marvel that so many people cling to this book and they don't even know what's in it. They don't look at it under the microscope. And that's why so many people believe it. If people took the time to actually closely analyze that book, critically analyze it, all you would hear every Sunday morning, or Sabbath morning for the Sabbatarian Christians, in their churches would be the sound of crickets. Nobody would go. Nobody would belong to this religion anymore. Or Islam or Judaism for that matter. Nobody, nobody who's decent, that is. You're always going to have sleazy people who will, use religion as a tool to manipulate and don't have a conscience and don't care that it's not true. It's just a good way to make money and, pilfer people and manipulate them. But people with decency, people with a conscience, people with intelligence and like to follow an intelligent path, no one would ever follow any of the three major religions that grew out of that book if they actually understood what it said. Anyway, enough said on that. Let's look at another interesting quote now from the early centuries. Justin Martyr, one of the great revered, quote, Christian fathers, writing shortly after the time of Tacitus, made this comment. He said they, talking about the Christians, right? And understand, as a Christian, he's trying to make it out like the Christians who existed, several centuries earlier. They weren't Christians. because he knew that the Christians were evil. And so I don't know if he was talking out of ignorance here or if he's trying to fool people, probably the latter. But in any case, he's writing like Christianity and Christianity were two separate things, and centuries earlier, and these evil Christians were like the antithesis of Christians. But as we've seen, no. You read the New Testament, Christianity was an evil religion from the start. Jesus talked about getting castrated for the kingdom of God's sake. For those who can receive it, let them do it. It was a castration cult that he had founded. Josephus talked about that very thing, how a lot of the insurrectionists were bizarre practitioners of castration, and even while yet castrated, they would engage in these homosexual orgies and, blah, 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 blah. And now we see these New Testament references clearly indicating that Christ had homosexual connections with several of his disciples.
The unnamed one in the book of John, the one that he loved.
And, of course, Lazarus, as we saw in the last video. And that, one of the disciples was naked in the garden and alone with Jesus all night long. What the heck is this? So anyway, this quote from Justin Modern has him saying, they, the Christians, meet in secret to eat human flesh. And once the lamps had been upset or blown out at night, to participate in promiscuous, incestuous intercourse. We already read another quote in the last video along this same line, right? That the Christians were practitioners of incest, that they were promiscuous, orgiastic, right? And that they were cannibals. They were into eating human flesh. Now again, modern Christians, devoid of an understanding of history, an understanding of the history of their cult of Christianity, would absolutely insist, no, wait, the Christians wouldn't do that, the followers of Jesus. Oh, once again, Bible dupes, you demonstrate an incredible, a most profound lack of understanding of your not-so-holy book. Go back and review the several previous videos that I've posted, and you'll see that the Bible, Old Testament and New, has always been in favor of these things. Consumption of human flesh, i.e. cannibalism, orgiastic, perverse sexual behaviors, incestuous intercourse. I just did a whole video, a set of videos on incest in the Bible, right? Old Testament and New. So, do you really think the early Christians would not have been involved in stuff like this? All the great pillars of the Jewish and Christian faith in the Old and New Testament were all involved in this kind of behavior. Every single one of them. Look at David, all the outrageous, not just sexual deviancy, but the mass murders he was involved in, and, killing Uriah there, when he slept with his wife, got her pregnant, and I mean, just on and on it goes. Look at, some of you might recall several videos back, well, quite a few videos ago, I talked about Abraham pimping out his wife Sarah to the Pharaoh, right? And then he did it again a second time with a Philistine king. And then his son Isaac, following in daddy's footsteps, did the same thing. He pimped his wife out and got fat off the hog from it, made a big juicy wad of cash off of it, because both of them did, because they pimped their wives out to rich kings who gave them a lot of money when they sent them away, because their wives were now pregnant with their kid. Anyway. And that's why they did it, And these are people that are respectable, huh? Bible dupes. These are people we should be looking up to and revering and hallelujahing and amening, and get the hell out of here. Absolutely none of these biblical characters are respectable. Au contraire. Despicable swine balls is what they are. Anyway, in the late 2nd century, Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius stated that Christians were a strange and distinct class of people that were given over to a new and wicked superstition. So again, realizing that Christians and Christians had to be the same group of people. They just had to be. We have yet more confirmation, right? They were a wicked and superstitious people. A later 4th century Roman historian, Marcellinus Ammianus, had further stated of them, the Christians, quote, "The atrocity of the Christians against opponents surpasses the fury of wild beasts against men." Imagine that. They were evil, ravenous, worse than ravenous beasts. Finally, in the late 4th century, Epiphanius stated that the Christians were, quote, "the founders of a new and pernicious sect that was capable of the most horrid crimes." Once again, realizing that Christianity was born in insurrectionism, heavily steeped in the 1st century insurrectionist movement. Should we be surprised at all to see them engaging in the most horrid crimes? Should we be surprised, really? Don't forget, the evening before Christ's crucifixion, he sent his disciples out to get swords. And, why would he do that? This is the guy who said, "Think not that I've come to bring peace. I've not come to bring peace, but a sword," right? And then you read in Luke 19, verse 27, where Christ actually says, speaking of himself in the 3rd person in the context of telling a parable, later in that parable, he has this individual, which represents himself, because he's talking about a certain man born of a noble birth, went into a far country to establish a kingdom, and then to return home. No Christian will argue that that's a parable about himself. But they ignore verse 27 in that chapter, because that same individual of noble birth, who went to establish a kingdom for himself in a far country and then returned home, that same individual, Jesus has saying later on in the parable, "Go and bring those before me who won't bow and worship me as king, and kill them in front of me." Look it up yourself, Luke 19:27. Oh, it's a very charming passage. Does that not tell you what kind of character Jesus actually is? That is the kind of character that Jesus was/is. For those that want to claim he's still alive up in heaven, yeah, whatever. Again, we don't even know if he ever was alive. In one form or other, I would agree he was, yeah. In the person of Judas Christus and or Judas of Gamala. I think those two characters were intermeshed together, and presto, they come up with this Jesus character. But regardless, whether he existed or not, doesn't matter. He was not the Prince of Peace. He was not a loving, endearing, wonderful, respectable, none of the above. Neither was the Apostle Paul. Let me invite you to go back in this channel and review the videos I did. I did quite a few of them on the Apostle Paul, breaking him down bit by bit and showing what an absolute scoundrel he was. Paul, by his own admission, was a liar. He was a thief, a complete scam artist. He bragged about how he liked to fool people with trickery. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Yeah, that's someone who's real respectable, isn't it? Paul said that you have not, he told the Hebrews in the letter to the Hebrews, assuming he wrote that book, that you have not consecrated your service in the, in the Lord's cause by the shedding of your blood. You have not yet consecrated your service with the shedding of your blood. Paul was implying that they had to shed their blood as part of their service to the Lord. Gee, I don't ever recall hearing a sermon about that particular statement from Paul. Just like I have never recalled hearing a sermon about Jesus saying that he wanted his disciples to bring all those before him who wouldn't bow and worship him as king and kill him in front of him. I never heard that verse. In fact, I was so unfamiliar with that verse several years back that when I first encountered it, I was reading a book written by someone who was critical of the Bible, And when I saw that verse cited, I'm like, wait a minute. I was already a non-Bible believer at that point. I already gave up on it. I knew it was a bunch of crap. But when I saw that verse, I'm like, what? No way. I know the Bible's full of crap, but no, Jesus didn't say that. I would remember that. If Jesus said that, that would ring a bell. I looked it up, and to my amazement, I couldn't believe I never ever recalled reading that. I must have read it. I read the Gospels through numerous times years ago, as a Bible do, over and over again. It just goes to show, folks, when your brain is conditioned to believe a certain way, anything you see, anything you hear, contrary to the pre-programmed perception that you have, the brain filters it out. You don't even have to consciously do it. In fact, you don't consciously do it. Subconsciously, the mind just, whoop, throws it out. You read the words. You mouthed them out, or you sounded them out in your head as you read them, but they didn't register. It went right past you because your mind knows that doesn't jive with what you've been taught about the great Jesus. So you just toss it out. You literally, you just filter it out. That's obviously what I did because I don't ever remember reading that. When I went back and looked it up, I could not believe it. I'm like, I know the Bible's got a lot of crazy stuff, but wow, that's right out of the mouth of the great Jesus. It's been there all along. Yeah. Yep. Along with so many other frickin' outrageous statements. If anyone will come after me, i.e., if anyone wants to follow me to be my disciple, let him sell all that he has and give to the poor and come and follow me. Yeah, we can go on and on. There's so many frickin' off-the-wall statements that nut job made, and Christians never follow them. Isn't that interesting? Christians claim that you need to follow everything Jesus said, and if you don't, you're in rebellion, you're a sinner, you're going to go to hell, blah, 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 blah. But yet they themselves, they don't follow that crap. And you know why? Because deep down inside, they'll never admit it, but deep down inside, they know it's crap. They know that if they were to sell everything they had and give to the poor, they themselves would be poor. They'd have nothing left, and that would be absolute foolishness. They talk about, we need to live by faith. Well, that would really be living by faith, wouldn't it? Give up everything you have so you have nothing. And you know where your faith would get you then? On the street, baby. That's where it would get you. So let me state again, and most justifiably, that Christ was a nutbag, a nut job. The things he taught were crap, absolute crap. And if you follow them, you're going to be crap too. Maybe you already are, if you've been following them. The greatest teacher the world has ever known. Name one thing that allegedly came out of his mouth that's recorded in the Gospels that was new, unique, or even profound. Nothing he said was new, unique, or profound that hadn't already been said before, as far as the good stuff goes, right? He said some good things, yeah, big deal. So did Muhammad. I don't see Christians reading the Quran, though. Man, oh man, the nonsense of it all. Isn't it high time we snapped out of it? People love fairy tales. The Bible is you know, frickin' Snow White for adults. It really is. It's just, when you grow up and you know, read your Bible and attend church every week, you really haven't grown up. You really haven't. Because to grow up is to part with your childish clinging to fantasy books. They're fun to read when you're a kid, to fantasize, and you know, it can be a healthy part of your development as a kid to believe in, you know, kids have imaginary friends, and it's just a part of growing up, you know. Not that every kid has an imaginary friend, but, you know, for a lot of kids, that's just it's not abnormal for a kid to do that. But when you get into your adult life and you still have a little imaginary friends, we kind of got a problem there, especially when that imaginary friend is a psychopath. Oh, yeah, always a psychopath, all right. And little junior boy, as we have seen over and over again, he takes after daddy, doesn't he? Anyway, where the hell did I leave off now? I got to find my place in my notes here. Really got off on a tangent. Anyway, as the centuries marched on after the time of Christ, the reputation of Christians as troublemakers and even power mongers only got worse. In the 3rd century, for example, Porphyry, who was a Roman philosopher, had penned this damning indictment against Christianity. Quote, "The teaching of the Christians." Now, please understand here, he's not talking about Christians here. He's talking about Christians. And when we see that his condemnation of Christianity parallels what other people said about Christianity, obviously Christianity and Christianity, once again, were the same thing, right? Well, look what he says here. This is not Christianity now. This is Christianity, which, again, I'll argue is the same thing, but it is spelled here with an I, not an E. "The teaching of the Christians is self-contradictory. They look for the end of the world, but what they really want is control of the empire." I got to stop right there. What did he just say? They claim that they're looking for another world, a kingdom outside of this world. But he's saying, essentially, who are they kidding? All they're interested is control of the empire. What empire? Well, the Roman Empire still existed in that day. This is the early centuries of the Christian era, right? Rome was still in power. And he's saying here that what Christians wanted was control of the empire. Yeah, and guess what? That's what Christians wanted from the word go, from their very inception, as we have seen earlier in this channel when we talked about the insurrectionist movement and the role of Christianity in it, right? Christ, Paul, John the Baptist, et al., you name it. They were all insurrectionists using this new religion of Christianity as a tool, as a means of recruitment for more soldiers to manipulate them toward insurrectionist aims. And now we see centuries later from this Porphyry character that was still the aim of Christianity, control of the empire, centuries later. Yep, absolutely was. They were still carrying on their age-old tradition. And so now we have Christianity today that, you know, if you bring up the idea of Christianity being founded as an insurrectionist movement, they'll just, you know, they'll be outraged. They'll look at you like you got antennas on your head. only because they are profoundly ignorant of the founding of their religion. They haven't the slightest freaking clue what their religion was all about from day one. It was an insurrectionist movement and remained such for centuries later. Rome finally fell in, around 476 AD, right? And so there was no need anymore to try to infiltrate Rome and take it over, because that's what wound up happening by default. Once Rome was out of the way, the only other power left in Rome of any significance that had an influence around Europe already was the Roman Church. And so pagan Rome became papal Rome. Gibbon, famous historian, actually stated it this way. He said, the papacy is but the ghost of the deceased Roman Empire sitting crowned on its grave. That's from his work, History of the Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire. Classic work. And he's right. That's absolutely what happened. So did Christians finally succeed in their insurrectionist movement? Yeah, they did. Rome crumbled from within, which they assisted with. And once that happened, Christianity now became the new empire, or, the Roman Catholic version of it, and persecuted anyone and everyone that didn't go along with their little power game. You questioned Rome's authority, you were tortured, ultimately burned at the stake, which is why we had, the Inquisition. And I mean, this is some freaking incredibly ugly history. You got nothing to be proud of, Christians. Nothing. You got a lot to be ashamed of. Anyway, Porphyry went on to say, and he's quoting here from Jesus, I came not to bring peace, but a sword. I came to separate a son from his father and a father from his son. These belie the true intentions of the Christians, he said. Yeah, there you go. He's right. That is their true intention. Jesus said it himself. End of story. I came not to bring peace, but a sword. I came to turn mother against father, father against daughter, and daughter against son, or mother, on and on and on. In other words, I came to break up the family. Remember Jesus said, I quoted this in a recent video, unless you hate your mother, father, sister, brother, whatever, you're not worthy of me. Really? Well, you know what? I don't care if I'm worthy of you, Mr. Jesus. I love my family, and you can go do a swirly in the toilet bowl. If you need some assistance, I'll be glad to help. Can you imagine what a little scoundrel? That's love? Really? That's what love is? I came to bring division. I came to set a man at odds against the members of his own family. Take your religion, your God, your Savior, the whole mess, your holy book, and go to hell with it. You're already in hell if you're following this nonsense, I'll tell you right now. And while we're on the subject, I just got to mention this. Years ago, when I was pastoring, I used to have people call me up for pastoral counseling. And you know what their number one problem was? Some of them, they varied from time to time, but most of the time, people called me, Christians, who had been in the faith much longer than I was even alive. I was having seniors that I looked up to and respected, right? Because they were much more grounded in the faith, I thought, than me. They had been around much longer, had been Christians much longer. They were calling me for encouragement because they were discouraged as Christians by reading some of the depressing passages like this, the very many that I've cited on this channel, They'd call me and say, I know I should feel good about my faith, but I don't. I feel miserable. God promised, Jesus promised to give victory over temptations, and yet I continue to fall. And it's a religion that degrades you, constantly cuts you down, makes you feel inferior, makes you feel subhuman, or makes you feel human and thus useless, right? Because the Bible teaches that as humans we are useless.
Our righteousness is as filthy rags as compared to the great
mass murdering Yahweh,
who commanded, pregnant women's stomachs to be ripped open, rip up their wombs, and commanded fathers to eat the flesh of their children, and, on and on and on. All that psychopathic nonsense. Nonsense. It's filth. And yet, that's supposed to be the embodiment of righteousness, right? A deity that talks like that acts like that zaps people dead if they so much as look at him funny. Touch the ark? I don't care if it was to catch it so it wouldn't get damaged when it fell. You dare disobey me, you're dead now! Zap, he kills Uzzah. Yeah, you can just go on and on and on. These stories are legion. They're on every page of that book. At what point, Bible dupes, do you finally get your head out of your hindparts and admit something is desperately wrong with that deity? The thing at best is schizophrenic, and at worst is the devil himself incarnate. I tend to think he's a little of both. He's a psychopathic devil, schizophrenic devil. Anyway. Well, actually, I can't even say schizophrenic, because schizophrenic would imply that, at least on some occasions, he's decent when he's not being evil. I think he only pretends to be nice, just to lure in the gullible. Yeah. Or his creators pretended to have him be nice, and yet all the while portraying him as the true evil wretch that he was. Can you imagine? I've actually had Bible believers tell me, not all will do this, but some will admit, when they realize they can't deny it, they'll admit that there's a lot of problem passages that do portray Yahweh as a monster. And they'll admit, oh yeah, when that passage says that, I agree, that's a monster. But that's not the God I believe in. And then, they'll say, I believe in the God of this verse over here. So they'll cherry pick, right? They'll pick and choose. At what point do you realize that you just can't do that? If the book has even one verse in it that portrays your God as a monster, the whole book is useless. It's null and void. It has no usefulness at all. Because no God worth his weight in gold would ever allow a book like that to be put out in his name and distributed abroad when it portrays him, even in one verse, as a monster. The problem is, though, the verses that portray him as a monster are legion. In fact, they far outweigh the number of verses that portray him as a good guy. So how the hell can you cling to a book like that at all? This same friend I was talking about, on occasion, when he refers to the Bible, he calls it Holy Scripture. Holy Scripture. Even though he admits that there's a lot of stuff, his words, not mine. Oh, I know there's a lot of stuff in there that isn't good, and I don't believe it. Well, then how? How can you call it, quote, Holy Scripture? Jesus himself said a good tree cannot bear bad fruit, right? By your admission that there's a lot of bad things in the Bible, it can't be a good tree according to Jesus himself. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, right? It'll blow your mind dealing with Bible believers and the ridiculous excuses that they come up with to justify their continuance of belief in the damn thing, when you've pointed out so many problems with it. It's mind-blowing. You know what? After you've shown them, 100, 150, 200 major problems, and they're still playing that game with you, I wouldn't ever bother bringing it up again. If you're still able to be friends with them, just don't ever talk religion again. In fact, if they bring it up, tell them, say, you know what? No, I'm not going to talk religion with you anymore because you never listen. You just brush off the serious mountain of problems that I present to you and act like they're non-existent. There's no reasoning with someone like you when it comes to religion. So we can talk about other things that we agree on, and that's fine. But let's just avoid religion, because there's no hope for someone like you when it comes to religion. Your mind is completely brainwashed.
Tell them. Come right out and tell them. Don't let them walk away with the upper hand, you know.
Well, you don't want to listen to what I have to say because you're a sinner and you don't want to repent.
You know, they'll always come up with stuff like that to make you look like you're in the wrong, when nobody needs repentance more than their own frickin' God, the chief sinner of all, the one who said, I create evil and good. The yin-yang God. Get out of here, man. What a devil in disguise. Pretty bad disguise, too. Anyway, I'll never finish reading this quote here. He goes on to say, they, Christians, seek riches and glory. They seek riches and glory. Ooh,
sounds like today's televangelist, doesn't it?
For that matter, sounds like the Apostle Paul. Do recall how Jesus said that he told his disciples, freely you have received, now freely give. He was telling them, you received the gospel for free. Now I want you to go and spread the gospel freely to others, right? And yet Paul came along and said that those who do the work of the gospel are worthy of twice the wages of the average laborer because their work is far more important. And of course, he was talking about himself, right? He went on to say, I robbed from other churches to give to you, he told, I think it was the Romans, in his letter to the Romans. I robbed from other churches to give to you. It might have been the Corinthians, I forget now, which I'd have to look it up. But can you imagine? Can you imagine him saying stuff like that? And Christians look up to him as the perfect human model next to Jesus, the perfect human model to follow. The guy was a scoundrel. Crafty man that I am, he said. I fooled you by trickery. Oh, yeah, real exemplary. Right. Anyway, the last sentence of this quote reads, far from being friends of the empire, meaning Christians, they are renegades, waiting for their chance to seize control. Wow. Again, that's from Porphyry. Far from being friends of the empire, they are renegades waiting for their chance to seize control. Unfreaking real, man. That was early Christianity. And as you go back, 2-3 centuries earlier to the time of Christ, it was no different. It was an insurrectionist movement right up until the day Rome fell. And then it ceased to be an insurrectionist movement because it got what it wanted. It and its creators got what it wanted. It took Rome down, and now through the Roman Catholic Church, they became the uncontested masters of Europe. And for the next, 1700 years, Europe lived in fear. Nobody, even kings and emperors, nobody dared cross the Pope because they knew it would be their end. Kings would lose their power. Some would even lose their lives. The average person certainly would lose their life. After getting tortured first, of course. It wouldn't be fun just to outright kill him from the start. No, torture him first. That's more entertaining. And then turn around and kill him. You couldn't be found in possession of a number of hundreds of books. The Vatican came up with what was called the list of forbidden books. If you were caught even with one page, hand-copied page of one of those books, you'd be a heretic, you'd be arrested by the Inquisitor, and you'd face trial, and thus, torture and execution. Ultimately, burn at the stake, or put in an Iron Maiden, or whatever, Absolute despotic tyranny, perhaps the worst tyranny the world's ever known. All at the hand of Christians. Loving, wonderful Christians. Anyway, as Jesus said, and I do have to agree with him on this one, a good tree cannot bear bad fruit. And so when you look at the history of Christianity and you see how much rotten fruit has fallen off its limbs, well, it's not a good tree now, is it, according to Jesus' own teachings? Anyway, let's now take a look at an interesting excerpt from a letter that was written by Pliny to Trajan, inquiring on how to handle rebellious Christians of the day. A very intriguing line therein states, "In accordance with your instructions, I had forbidden the Christians to have political associations." Imagine that. He knew that Christians were up to no good politically, that they had aims of power, right, of taking over the Roman Empire. And so they weren't allowed to hold political positions. They weren't allowed to have political associations of any kind. Imagine that. Trajan then wrote back to him saying, if they, the Christians, are denounced and proved guilty, they are to be punished. If they are proved guilty of these charges of wanting to, gain power, take over the empire. Though the specific crime that these Christians were suspected of is not mentioned, it's pretty clear that it was related to some form of political subterfuge, right? Perhaps insurrectionist activities, just like they were engaged in the first century, right? We know it had to be political in nature, though, because we just read from the first letter here that they were to be forbidden from political associations. The excerpt from the initial letter written by Pliny. So we know that it was politically related, something the Christians were doing regarding politics that raised the ire of these two Romans. So can there be any doubt that Christianity was never what it professed to be, and that it has been guilty of some of the worst crimes against humanity the world has ever known, including pedophilia, which still remains the case till this day in many churches, right? Not just the Catholic Church. That's the one that's been most, displayed publicly, just because it was more profound there. But that might just be because the Catholic Church is so much bigger than any of the other Christian denominations. That's why pedophilia is more profound. But it does and always has existed within Protestant churches as well. Absolutely. So, even though in this, and I think most of the last video, I kind of got off the track of pedophilia, nevertheless, I'm bringing up these other issues, the involvement of Christianity in politics, wanted to take over the empire, and blah, 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 just to show that, in the earliest days of the Christian religion, right from the word go, this religion had no scruples. This religion was denounced because it was recognized as something evil, a curse on society. So should it surprise us that pedophilia was added to the mix? No, it shouldn't surprise us at all. Anyway, not only does Christianity breed sexual perversions, like pedophilia, with its frowning upon healthy sexual relations, if they exist outside the confines of holy matrimony, causing natural sexual tendencies to become corrupted, right? Especially in, the Eastern Orthodox and Catholic traditions, right? Where priests are required to remain celibate. when you deprive someone, actually make it a requirement that they're not to have any sexual relations of any kind. They're not even to get married and have sex with their own wives, right? That is going to create all kinds of problems in the realm of sex. Of course it is. Just like when you put men in a prison, heterosexual men, to a large degree, will become homosexual. It's just, it's just the nature of the beast, as they say, right? When priests are forced into this position of they might think that they can do it in the beginning, right? A lot of them go in, with sincere motives and whatnot. But after they've been in it for a while, those temptations come and, in the beginning, maybe they can get around it, find some way, but eventually they're going to become so sexually repressed. It's maddening. What's going to happen? They're going to wind up either raping a nun, which has happened many times. Oh, they might not actually physically, beat them and rape them, but they will make moves on the nuns. This has happened. There have been priests who have raped nuns, sure, but a lot of times, they'll lure them in and get them one way or another to, or women in the confessionals. A lot of times the altar boy, things will go on there. And what has happened when these things became publicly known? The church has covered it up. For centuries, the Roman Catholic Church has served, other churches too, but mostly the Roman Catholic Church, again, because it's so much bigger, probably. And because of its celibacy thing. But the Roman Catholic Church for centuries has been, not so much now because they've been in the spotlight and they got to watch themselves, but it has been for centuries a safe haven for pedophilia. Absolutely. Even if a person went into the priesthood not intending to become that way, once they got in and their sexual desires became perverted because they've been so suppressed, and they see that the church protects others who have been caught, that's a wide open door for them to engage in any kind of perversion they want, really, and not have to worry about it. And on the occasions that they got caught, they just move them to another diocese. That's all, where people don't know them. They'll last there a year or two or three, and then if they get caught, boom, move them to another one. This is what the church has done for centuries and centuries on end. Absolutely disgusting. That's one of the reasons why the Vatican is so secretive about its documents and its archives there. Oh, there's a lot of others. They're hiding a lot of secrets down there. But that's one of them. I'm sure a lot of those documents reveal this ugly history. We don't need those documents to know that this went on, but those documents would provide a lot more evidence of this type of thing that's gone on, no doubt. That church has a lot to hide, and they are hiding a lot. And yet, again, look today how popular it is. I think one of the things that blows my mind the most about Catholicism is South America and Mexico, because when you look at what the conquistadors did when they came in to South American countries and to Mexico, they literally raped, they would rape women in front of their husbands, and then they would kill the husbands in front of the wives that they just raped, and then they would keep the wives as sex slaves. And I mean, there's so many horrific stories. They would cut women's breasts off and watch them bleed to death if they didn't consent to, pleasing the conquistadors. And yet, some of the most stronghold Catholic believers in the world today are in Mexico and Latin American countries. I don't understand it. These people don't know what was done to their forefathers and foremothers. Absolutely clueless. If they had even the slightest inkling of understanding of their own history, they would never, ever embrace Roman Catholicism. What they have gotten away with, it's just, I don't know, it's just mind-blowing. Anyway, enough going off on tangents. All right, guys. That finally completes our, what was it, 7-part series on pedophilia in the Bible. Stay tuned. We're going to be looking at a lot more evil stuff in that book. Thanks for joining me, folks. Catch you next video. Take care.